Picture this: a 17-year-old kid standing at the edge of an endless desert, bleeding from burns across his chest, with nothing but a stolen sword and 3 days' worth of food. He's about to walk into a tomb that's killed every legendary hunter who's ever entered it. Why? Because he'd rather die trying to become powerful than spend one more day being everyone's punching bag. That's where our story begins. But to understand how Kaito Hayashi ended up making the stupidest, or maybe the bravest, decision of his life, we need to rewind a bit. We need to talk about what it's like to be an F rank in a world that worships power. Welcome to Aethermoor Academy, the most prestigious hunter training institution on the continent. This place is basically a factory for creating humanity's protectors, warriors who dive into monster-infested dungeons, clear demonic rifts, and keep civilization from crumbling. Sounds noble, right? It is. Unless you're weak. Then it's hell. See? At Aethermoor, everything revolves around your rank. And I mean everything. Your rank determines where you sit in the cafeteria, which dorms you get assigned to, what classes you can take, even how the professors address you. The ranking system goes from F at the bottom all the way up to SSS at the top, and it's based on one thing: your mana capacity. How much magical energy your body can generate and control. SSS ranks. They're treated like royalty. They get private training rooms, personal mentors, and job offers from elite guilds before they even graduate. S ranks and A ranks? Still respected, still feared. B and C ranks? Decent. Average. They'll probably make a living as hunters. D and E ranks? Cannon fodder, but at least they're useful in groups. And then there's F rank, the defects, the failures, the ones who shouldn't have bothered applying. That's where we meet Kaito Hayashi on a cold Tuesday morning, kneeling in the middle of the academy's main courtyard, with a boot polish rag in his hand and about 200 students watching him. Missed a spot, worm. Drake Vorentisic's foot 2, perfectly styled blonde hair, and an A-rank mana core that burns hot enough to melt steel holds out his boot with a smirk that makes Kaito's stomach turn. Drake's lackeys laugh on cue, because that's what lackeys do. This is the morning ritual. Every single day for the past 3 years. Kaito doesn't say anything. He learned a long time ago that talking back just makes it last longer. He takes the boot, applies more polish, and buffs it until he can see Drake's reflection smirking back at him. Around them, students flow past like water around rocks. Some glance over with pity. Most don't even look. This is just normal. F ranks exist to remind everyone else that they're not at the bottom. There, Kaito mutters, handing the boot back. Drake examines it with exaggerated care, tilting it in the morning sunlight. Then, deliberately, he steps into a puddle. Muddy water splashes across the freshly polished leather. Oops. Guess you'll have to do it again. The lackeys howl with laughter. Kaito's hands curl into fists, his nails digging into his palms hard enough to draw blood, but he doesn't move. Can't move. Drake is an A rank. Kaito can barely create a spark of flame with his entire mana reserve. If this turns into a fight, Kaito loses. If it turns into a complaint to the faculty, Kaito loses. Drake's father sits on the board of governors. Kaito's parents are dead, so he picks up the boot and starts polishing again. You might be wondering how someone becomes an F rank. Shouldn't there be some minimum standard to even get into a place like Aethermoor? There is. Kaito just barely scraped past it 3 years ago, and only because of his last name. Kaito's parents, Hiroshi and Yuki Hayashi, were both B-rank hunters. Not elite, but solid, competent, respected. They made a good living clearing mid-tier dungeons and training younger hunters. When Kaito was born, everyone assumed he'd follow in their footsteps, probably surpass them even. Legacy kids usually do. Then, when Kaito was 8 years old, his parents took on what should have been a routine dungeon clear. Something went wrong. The details are classified, but the result isn't. Neither of them came back. Kaito became an orphan overnight, raised by a distant aunt who resented every meal she had to put on the table for him. When Kaito turned 14 and awakened his monocore, the Academy healers ran their diagnostics. Their verdict? Defective. His manicore generates power at roughly 10% the rate of a normal person. It's like trying to fill a swimming pool with an eyedropper. Technically functional, but practically useless. Most kids in that situation would have given up on being a hunter, found a normal job, lived a normal life. But Kaito had spent 6 years watching other people's pity turn into contempt, and he was tired of it. Tired of being the disappointing legacy. Tired of being weak. So he applied to Ethermore Academy. Anyway, scraped through the entrance exam by studying twice as hard as everyone else, and spent the next 3 years being reminded every single day that he didn't belong. By the time Drake finally gets bored and walks away, Kaito's been kneeling in the courtyard for 20 minutes. His knees ache, his hands smell like boot polish, and he's late for his first class. He stumbles into basic mana theory 5 minutes after the bell, and Professor Vance doesn't even look up. "Take a seat, Hayashi. Try to be on time tomorrow." There's no point explaining that he was being used as a footstool. Nobody cares. Kaito slides into his usual spot in the back corner, next to the only person in this entire academy who doesn't treat him like garbage. "You okay?" Mei whispers. Mei Tanaka is a C-rank healer, with warm brown eyes, and the kind of genuine smile that makes you forget the world is awful for about 5 seconds. She's been sneaking Kaito extra food from the cafeteria since first year, patching up his injuries, when Drake gets too enthusiastic, and generally being the only reason Kaito hasn't completely lost his mind. "I'm fine," Kaito lies. Mei gives him a look that says she knows he's lying, but she doesn't push. Instead, she slides half her sandwich across the desk. Kaito's too tired to argue, so he takes it. The lecture drones on, something about mana circulation, patterns, and core efficiency, but Kaito stopped paying attention to these classes months ago. What's the point of learning advanced techniques when his core can't even handle the basics? Instead, he stares out the window at the academy's outer wall and thinks about the forbidden section of the library. The place students aren't supposed to go because it contains dangerous and unverified information. Kaito's been sneaking in there every night for the past 2 months, reading everything he can find about ancient power sources, forbidden techniques, lost artifacts, anything that might give him an edge. That's where he first read about the Crimson Sepulcher. The academy day drags on like it always does. Combat training where Kaito gets paired with a D rank who beats him in 11 seconds. Lunch where he sits with Mei while Drake's crew throws food at them from across the cafeteria. Dungeon theory where the professor uses Kaito as an example of what happens when someone lacks the baseline requirements for hunter work. By the time evening rolls around, Kaito's exhausted, humiliated, and so numb to it all that he almost doesn't register when Drake corners him behind the training hall. Almost. There are 4 of them this time. Drake and 3 of his lackeys, all A or B rank, all looking like they're about to enjoy themselves way too much. The sun's setting, casting long shadows across the empty training yard. No witnesses, no cameras. Just Kaito and the guys who've made his life hell for 3 years. "You know what your problem is, Hayashi?" Drake says, cracking his knuckles. Flames flicker around his fingers. Casual, easy, the kind of power Kaito will never have. "You don't know your place." Kaito's back hits the wall. "I polished your boots. What more do you want?" "I want you to eat dirt." Drake's smile is all teeth. Literally. Get on your knees and take a bite. Maybe it'll strengthen that pathetic excuse for a mana core. The lackeys laugh. One of them, a guy named Reese with earth magic, conjures a handful of dirt and holds it out like an offering. Kaito looks at it, then at Drake, then at the setting sun, and something in him just snaps. Maybe it's 3 years of accumulated rage finally hitting critical mass. Maybe it's the thought of spending the rest of his life as everyone's joke. Maybe he's just tired. But for the first time since he got to this academy, Kaito doesn't think about consequences. He just swings. His fist connects with Drake's jaw with a satisfying crack. It's not a good punch. Kaito has no training, no technique, no power behind it. But it's enough to snap Drake's head to the side. Enough to wipe that smirk off his face. Enough to feel real for about half a second. Then Drake's eyes go wide with genuine shock that quickly transforms into rage. You little the world turns white hot. Drake's flames aren't the controlled, precise kind professors demonstrate in class. These are angry, wild, forbidden actually, the kind of high-output burst spell that's banned in academy grounds because it can cause serious injury. The fire slams into Kaito's chest like a physical blow, and suddenly he's on the ground, screaming, his uniform burning away, his skin blistering. The pain is indescribable. It's like every nerve in his body is trying to escape through his pores. Kaito can smell his own flesh cooking, can hear Drake's lackeys shouting, not in alarm, but in excitement. They're cheering. This is entertainment to them. Through the haze of agony, Kaito sees Drake standing over him, breathing hard, his eyes wild. For a moment, just a moment, Drake looks scared, like he just realized he might have gone too far. Then the moment passes and that cruel smirk returns. That's what happens when trash fights back, Drake says. He spits on Kaito's burned chest, making him scream again. Next time, just eat the dirt. Then they're gone, leaving Kaito gasping on. The ground behind the training hall, his chest a ruined mess of burns and blisters, wondering if this is finally how he dies. He doesn't die. Mi finds him 20 minutes later, probably because she got worried when he didn't show up for dinner. She doesn't ask questions, just pours her C-rank healing magic into him until the burns fade from life, threatening to merely agonizing. Her face is pale, her hands shaking. Kaito, she whispers. This has to stop. You need to report him. This is attempted murder. Kaito laughs and it hurts. Everything hurts. Report him to who? His dad's on the board. The professors don't care about F ranks. You know how this works. Then transfer. Go to a different academy. Anything's better than I can't. The words come out harder than he intends. If I leave, they win. If I quit, I'm proving everyone right. That I'm worthless. That I never should have tried. May looks like she wants to argue, but she just pulls him into a careful hug instead. Then be careful, she says quietly. Next time they might actually kill you for real. After May leaves, Kaito lies in his dorm room staring at the ceiling. His chest still aches despite the healing. His pride, what little he had left, is in ashes. Tomorrow will be exactly like today, and the day after that, and the day after that. An endless cycle of humiliation and pain until he finally breaks or graduates into a life where he's too weak to matter anyway. Kaito sits up, ignoring the protest from his healing burns, and pulls out the book he stole from the forbidden section. It's old, leather cover cracked, pages yellowed with age, and written in a mix of modern and ancient languages that took him weeks to partially decipher. The Crimson Sepulcher. The tomb of Ignarok. The first dragon god who supposedly died 10,000 years ago, protecting humanity from some great threat. According to legend, his body was preserved in an impregnable tomb somewhere in the Whispering Wastes, and at its center lies his heart, still beating, still full of power. The legend says that anyone who consumes the heart will gain unimaginable strength, become more than human, transcend the limitations of normal mana cores, and touch something greater. The legend also says that every single person who's tried to claim the heart has died screaming SSS-Rank hunters, legendary adventurers, entire teams of elite warriors, all dead. The sepulcher's defenses are supposed to be absolute. Designed by a dragon god to ensure his power never falls into unworthy hands. Kaito's hands tremble as he reads the final passage. Only one who has nothing to lose and everything to prove may approach the heart. Only one whose pride has been shattered completely may rebuild themselves anew. He closes the book and looks at his reflection in the darkened window. He sees a scrawny kid with burn scars, hollow eyes, and absolutely nothing left to lose. The Academy's annual tournament is in 3 months. F ranks are used as practice dummies for higher-ranked students, literal punching bags to demonstrate superior techniques on. Kaito will be matched against someone like Drake, and he'll be expected to lose gracefully, to take his beating with dignity, to know his place, or he could walk into that desert, into that tomb, and either die trying to become powerful or succeed in becoming something nobody can ever hurt again. Kaito makes his decision somewhere around midnight. By the time the sun rises, he's already moving. The Academy armory isn't heavily guarded. Why would it be? Students are trusted not to steal, and the weapons there are basic training gear anyway. Kaito picks a simple steel sword, some rations, a water skin, and a basic survival kit. His hands don't shake. He's past fear now, past hesitation. This is happening. He leaves a note on May's door. Just 8 words. Gone to find my destiny. Thanks for caring. Then he walks out of Ethermore Academy through the eastern gate, past the confused guard who doesn't bother stopping an F rank, and into the wilderness beyond. The Whispering Wastes lie 3 days' journey east through forests and plains. By midday, Kaito's already exhausted. His weak body isn't built for this kind of trek. His burned chest aches with every step. He has no horse, no supplies beyond what he could carry, no backup plan. But he keeps walking. The first day passes in a blur of pain and determination. Kaito follows the landmarks described in the book. A split oak, a stream that runs red with iron deposits, a boulder shaped like a sleeping giant. His feet blister. His shoulders ache from the sword's weight. He eats dried meat and stale bread, and keeps moving. The second day is worse. The terrain turns rougher, all hills and loose rocks that shift under his feet. He slips, twists his ankle, and spends an hour convincing himself not to turn back. The forests thin out into scrubland, and then into something more desolate. The Whispering Wastes earned their name. Wind constantly howls across the barren landscape, creating sounds that almost resemble voices. Failed hunters' souls, supposedly, warning others away. Kaito tells the ghost to shut up and keeps walking. By the 3rd day, he's running on nothing but spite and the last of his water. The landscape has transformed into proper desert now, endless sand dunes under a merciless sun. His lips crack. His vision blurs. Every step feels like trying to walk through mud. The burns on his chest have reopened from the strain, leaving red stains on his stolen uniform. This is stupid. He's going to die out here before he even reaches the tomb. Die of exposure or dehydration or pure exhaustion, and his body will become another warning for the next desperate fool. Then the sun begins to set on the 3rd day, painting the desert in shades of crimson and gold, and Kaito sees it. At first, he thinks it's a mirage, just another trick of heat and desperation. But as he stumbles closer, it becomes undeniably real. The Crimson Sepulcher rises from the sand like a dragon's claw reaching for the sky. It's massive, easily 100 feet, tall, made from some kind of red crystal or stone that seems to glow from within. Ancient runes cover every surface, pulsing with dormant power. The architecture is alien, wrong, beautiful in a way that hurts to look at. This wasn't built by humans. This was built by something far older and infinitely more powerful. Kaito collapses, at its base, laughing and crying and maybe losing his mind a little. He made it. Against every odd, with his pathetic F-rank body and his stolen supplies and his absolutely insane plan, he actually made it. Now he just has to survive whatever's inside. Kaito looks up at the sepulcher's entrance, a massive doorway, sealed with glowing runes that pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. According to the legends, this seal only opens for those with SSS-Rank power. Anyone else gets vaporized on contact. But Kaito didn't walk 3 days through the desert to turn. Back now. He places his hand on the seal, closes his eyes, and waits to either die or discover if legends can be wrong. The runes flare bright enough to blind him through his closed eyelids. Heat washes over his palm. For a moment, he's sure this is it. He's about to be reduced to ash. Then the seal recognizes something. Not his power, because he barely has any. Something else. Something deeper. And with a sound like a giant breathing out, the doors begin to open. Kaito Hayashi, the weakest student at Ethermore Academy, steps into the tomb of a dragon god, and nothing will ever be the same. The doors groan. Open like the sepulcher itself is waking from a long sleep. Stale air rushes out, carrying the scent of ancient stone and something else. Something that makes Kaito's weak mana core pulse with a sensation halfway between pain and hunger. Power. Raw, concentrated, and utterly alien. For a moment, Kaito just stands there in the doorway, his legs refusing to move forward. Every survival instinct he possesses is screaming at him to run. This place killed SSS-Rank hunters. Legendary warriors with decades of experience and mana cores 1,000 times stronger than his. What makes him think he'll be any different? Then he remembers Drake's face. The feel of boot polish under his fingernails. The smell of his own flesh burning. 3 years of humiliation compressed into a single, crystallized moment of clarity. He steps inside. The interior of the Crimson Sepulcher is nothing like Kaito imagined. He expected narrow corridors, maybe some spike traps or crumbling floors, typical dungeon hazards. Instead, he finds himself in a space so vast it shouldn't be possible. The ceiling disappears into darkness hundreds of feet above. The walls stretch out in impossible distances, covered floor to ceiling in intricate murals that seem to move in his peripheral vision. Obsidian. Everything is black obsidian, polished to a mirror shine, and inlaid with veins of that same crimson crystal. From outside, the effect is disorienting. Kaito can see himself reflected in every surface, multiplied into infinity, like the tomb is trying to remind him how small and insignificant he is. The murals, though. The murals are what stop him in his tracks. They tell a story. Kaito doesn't need to be a scholar to understand that much. He sees images of a dragon. Massive, magnificent. Its scales rendered in such detail they look three-dimensional. The dragon stands over armies of humans, wings spread protectively. In the next panel, those same humans march alongside the dragon into battle against twisted, demonic figures, with too many limbs and eyes that seem to follow Kaito as he walks. Past, victory, celebration, humans and dragons together. Then betrayal. The images turn darker. Humans with spears surrounding the dragon. A figure in black armor, distinctive, clearly important, raising a weapon that glows with sickly light. The dragon falling, dying, its heart still glowing even as its body crumbles. Kaito tears his eyes away from the murals, unsettled by the story they tell. Questions bubble up in his mind. Why would humans betray their protector? What were those demons? Who was that warrior in black armor? But he pushes them down. Focus. He's here for one thing, the heart. That's when he notices something odd. In every single mural, the dragon's eyes are positioned just slightly wrong. Like they're not looking at the scenes they're part of. They're looking outward. At whoever's viewing them. At him. A chill runs down Kaito's spine that has nothing to do with the tomb's temperature. It feels like he's being watched. Evaluated. Like the dead dragon god somehow knows he's here, and it's waiting to see what he'll do. Just your imagination, Kaito mutters to himself. His voice sounds tiny in the vast space, quickly swallowed by the darkness. Dead things don't watch anything. Except he doesn't quite believe that. He forces himself to keep moving forward. The chamber branches into 3 corridors, each one stretching into shadow. No helpful signs, no obvious clues. Just stone and silence, and that persistent feeling of being observed. Before Kaito can decide which path to take, the decision gets made for him. With a sound like breaking glass, something materializes in the air before him. A crystalline construct, vaguely humanoid, but definitely not human, all sharp angles and geometric precision. It floats 6 feet off the ground, and where its face should be, there's just a smooth, reflective surface. In the center of its chest, a core of pure mana glows with enough intensity to make Kaito's eyes water. A guardian. An automated defense system left by Ignarok to kill intruders. The construct's core pulses once, twice. Then it raises both arms. And Kaito has about half a second to realize he's about to die before twin bolts of concentrated mana lance toward his face. He throws himself sideways on pure instinct. The bolts miss by inches, slamming into the obsidian wall behind him and leaving molten craters. Kaito hits the ground hard, rolling, his stolen sword already in hand, even though he knows it's useless. How do you fight something made of pure energy? The construct rotates to track him, gathering power for another shot. Kaito scrambles behind one of the massive pillars, just as more mana bolts tear through the space where he was standing. His heart hammers in his chest. His weak body is already exhausted from 3 days of travel. He can't fight this thing. Can't outrun it. Can't wait. The Guardian hasn't moved from its position. It's rotating, tracking him, charging up attacks, but it's not actually pursuing him. Like it's following some kind of programmed behavior pattern rather than hunting intelligently. Kaito risks a glance around the pillar. The construct is scanning the area, its core pulsing in what almost looks like a search pattern. Hunting for threats, for dangerous intruders, for powerful mana signatures. An idea forms in Kaito's mind. A stupid, desperate idea. But then again, walking into this tomb in the first place was stupid and desperate, so he might as well commit. He closes his eyes, focuses inward, and does something he's trained himself to do since entering Ethermoor Academy. He makes his already weak mana signature even smaller, compresses it down until he's barely registering as a living thing, let alone a hunter. It's the opposite of what they teach in combat class. You're supposed to project power, not hide it. But for someone like Kaito, sometimes invisibility is the only defense. The construct's search pattern sweeps over him. Its core pulses, and then it moves on. The Guardian floats toward a different section of the chamber, its attention elsewhere, searching for threats worthy of its power. Kaito's F-rank signature apparently doesn't qualify. He lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. His weakness just saved his life. How's that for irony? Moving carefully, staying low, keeping his mana signature compressed to almost nothing, Kaito navigates deeper into the tomb. More guardians appear, some crystalline like the first, others made of animated stone or pure elemental energy. But they all make the same calculation. Not enough power to bother with. They're calibrated to stop SSS-Rank hunters, not desperate academy students. For the first time in his life, being weak is an advantage. The path leads him downward through increasingly elaborate chambers. He passes rooms filled with treasure, gold, jewels, ancient weapons that practically hum with enchantment. But he doesn't stop. Greed got previous intruders killed. Kaito's not here for treasure. He's here for something far more valuable. Murals continue along every wall, telling Ignarok's story in painful detail. Kaito catches glimpses as he moves. The dragon teaching humans to use mana, defending villages from monsters, flying alongside human warriors into battle. Then the betrayal again, shown from different angles. The dragon's confusion, its pain. Its final moments as that spear, held by that warrior in black armor, pierces its heart. One detail catches Kaito's attention. In every depiction of the betrayal, other humans are shown turning away, covering their eyes, unable or unwilling to watch their protector die. What kind of people betray their savior? What could possibly justify it? Kaito shakes his head, pushing the questions aside. Ancient history. Whatever happened 10,000 years ago doesn't matter. He's here now, for his own reasons. The corridor opens into a larger space, and Kaito freezes. Bodies, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, all in various states of decay, from fresh corpses to sun-bleached skeletons. They're sprawled across the chamber floor in concentric circles, like they all died trying to reach something at the center. And their equipment. Kaito's heart sinks as he recognizes the insignias. SSS-Rank. Every single one. These were the legends, the strongest hunters humanity ever produced. And they all died here, in this room, mere feet from their goal. Kaito steps, carefully between the bodies, trying not to disturb them. Some still clutch weapons. Others have their hands stretched forward, reaching for the center even in death. The expressions on the preserved faces range from determination to terror to something that might be awe. What could cause this? What killed them? Then Kaito reaches the edge of the circle and sees what they were all reaching for, and he understands. The chamber of the heart. It's a perfect sphere of space, maybe 50 feet in diameter, with no visible floor. Just darkness below and darkness above. Floating in the exact center, suspended by chains made of pure light, is a heart. Not a metaphorical heart. Not some crystal shaped like a heart. An actual literal heart roughly the size of a basketball. And it's still beating. Thump. The sound echoes through the chamber like thunder, and Kaito feels it in his chest, in his bones, in his weak mana core that suddenly pulses in response. Thump. The heart is beautiful and terrible. It glows from within with crimson light, and Kaito can see, actually see, power flowing through it like blood through veins. This is what a dragon god's heart looks like. This is concentrated divinity, crystallized into physical form. Thump. The eye. Chains holding it are fascinating. Not metal, not rope, but pure solidified light that shifts and moves like living things. They seem less like restraints, and more like they're cradling the heart, protecting it, keeping it safe for what? For whom? Kaito looks around the chamber more carefully. Hundreds of swords are embedded in the ground around the floating platform, not stabbed in anger, but planted like grave markers. Each one represents a hero who made it this far before the heart's overwhelming power crushed them. Before they realized that approaching divine power requires more than just strength. The pressure is already building. Kaito can feel it from here, from the edge of the chamber. It's like standing at the bottom of an ocean, feeling the weight of all that water pressing down. Except, instead of water, it's raw power. Ancient, incomprehensible power that his weak human body was never designed to withstand. Every step closer would increase that pressure exponentially. That's what killed these heroes. They got close enough to touch the heart, and the pressure crushed their mana cores, their bodies, their minds. They were too strong. Their mana signatures flared under the pressure, made them targets, and the heart's power ground them to dust. Kaito stands at the edge, staring at the beating heart, and realizes the horrible irony. Only someone with almost no power could possibly approach it. Only someone who wouldn't flare under pressure. Only someone who spent years learning to make themselves small. Only an F rank. You chose weakness, Kaito whispers. And he doesn't know if he's talking to himself or to Ignarok's ghost, or to the universe in general. You built this place to keep out the strong, because the strong would shatter under your power. But the weak bend. The weak survive by being flexible. The weak have nothing left to lose. Kaito takes a step forward onto the invisible platform, and every nerve in his body screams at him to stop. The pressure hits him like a physical wall. It's not painful exactly, more like existing suddenly. Requires 10 times the effort. Breathing becomes work. Standing becomes work. Just being conscious becomes an act of will. Kaito takes another step, then another. His legs shake. His vision blurs at the edges. The heart beats in rhythm with his own panicking pulse, and with each thump, the pressure intensifies. Thump. His knees buckle. He catches himself. Thump. His weak mana core spasms. Trying desperately to shield him from power it was never meant to withstand. Thump. He can taste blood. Did he bite his tongue? Are his organs rupturing? He doesn't know. Can't tell. Can only keep moving forward. The swords of fallen heroes line his path like silent witnesses. Some are ornate, clearly enchanted with power beyond imagination. Others are simple but made from materials that haven't tarnished in centuries. Each one represents someone stronger than Kaito, someone braver, someone more worthy. All dead. Kaito forces himself forward another step. His body is actively trying to shut down now, a defense mechanism against the overwhelming pressure. His mana core has compressed to almost nothing, trying to hide, trying to survive. Every beat of the dragon, heart echoes through his skeleton. He's close now. 10 feet, 5 feet, close enough to see details. The chambers of the heart, the valves still functioning, the pure, concentrated essence flowing through crystalline arteries. This is what divinity looks like under a microscope. This is power distilled to its purest form. Kaito reaches out with a trembling hand. The light chains holding the heart suddenly shatter. He doesn't have time to process what's happening. One moment, the heart is suspended in midair, and the next, it's falling directly toward him. Reflex takes over. Pure, stupid survival reflex. And Kaito does something that will change everything. He opens his mouth and catches it. For one surreal moment, Kaito Hayashi is standing in the tomb of a dragon god with said god's heart sitting on his tongue, and his brain just kind of short-circuits trying to process that fact. The heart is surprisingly soft, almost gel-like, with a texture somewhere between warm honey and liquid metal. It tastes like copper and lightning and something else, something his human palate doesn't have words for. Power, maybe. Or divinity. Or the memory of fire that burned before humanity existed. Then it starts melting. Not dissolving. Melting. Flowing down his throat like the world's most dangerous drink. Kaito tries to spit it out, but his body won't obey. His muscles have locked. His throat works automatically, swallowing, pulling the heart's essence down into his core. For 3 seconds, nothing happens. Kaito stands there, wondering if that's it. Wondering if he just ate a dragon god's heart, and it's just going to digest normally? Seems anticlimactic after. Then the pain starts. It begins in his chest, right where his pathetic F-rank mana core sits. A burning sensation, like someone pressed a hot coal against his sternum from the inside. Uncomfortable, but manageable. Then it explodes. Kaito's mana core doesn't expand, it detonates. He feels it shatter into 1,000 pieces, feels the dragon's essence flood into the space where his core used to be, feels his entire circulatory system suddenly trying to channel power that should be impossible. He's screaming. Distantly, he's aware that he's screaming, but he can't stop. Can't do anything but scream as his body tries to accommodate something infinitely larger than itself. His skin erupts. That's what it feels like his flesh is trying to escape his bones. Scales push through from underneath, crimson and gleaming and wrong, only to retract a second later as his body convulses in rejection. Then they erupt again, stay a moment longer, retract again. Over and over, his biology rewriting itself in real time, unable to decide if he's human or dragon or something in between. His bones crack and reform, density increasing, structure changing, accommodating strength that shouldn't fit in a human skeleton. Kaito feels his spine elongate, Slightly, his ribs expand, his fingers lengthen. The changes reverse, then happen again. His body is having an argument with itself about what shape it should be, and he's just along for the ride. The worst part is his eyes. Something burns behind his eyeballs, and Kaito's vision explodes into color. Not normal color. He can suddenly see things he's never seen before. The mana currents in the air become visible, flowing like rivers of light. The stone of the tomb glows faintly with residual power, and his own body, when he looks down at his convulsing hands, is shot through with veins of crimson energy that pulse with each beat of his rapidly changing heart. His eyes are changing. He can feel it. The structure of his pupils reforming, the lens adapting, gaining the ability to perceive power itself. When the burning finally fades, he knows, somehow knows without being told, that his eyes will never be fully human again. Kaito doesn't know how long the transformation lasts. Could be minutes, could be hours. Time becomes meaningless when your entire biology is being rewritten. Eventually, though, the pain begins to recede. The scales stop erupting and retracting. His bones settle into their new configuration. His eyes stop burning. He collapses to his knees, gasping, alive. Somehow, impossibly, alive. The tomb has gone quiet. The pressure from before, the crushing weight of divine power, is gone. Because it's not external anymore. It's inside him. Part of him. Kaito can feel it coiled in his chest where his mana core used to be. 12 distinct presences, like 12 different voices all trying to speak at once. Not voices. Not exactly. More like aspects, fragments, pieces of something vast and ancient that's now sharing his body. Before Kaito can even begin to process that, the tomb reacts. The murals on the walls flare to life, glowing so bright he has to shield his eyes. The obsidian pillars crack with sounds like gunshots, and above him, materializing from nothing, a massive spectral form takes shape. A dragon. Not a full-bodied ghost. More like an echo, a memory given temporary form. But even as a ghost, even as a fragment, it's magnificent. The dragon's head alone is the size of a house, with horns that curve back like crown, scales that shimmer with colors that don't have names, and eyes. Oh God, those eyes that look at Kaito with an intelligence so vast and ancient, it makes him feel like an insect, being observed by a scholar. The dragon's mouth opens, and when it speaks, Kaito doesn't hear it with his ears. He hears it directly in his mind, in his soul, in that space where those 12 presences now live. Finally, the voice is thunder and whispers and the crackling of flame. It's old beyond measuring and carries the weight of millennia. The walk back to Ethermore Academy takes 5 days instead of 3, not because Kaito's slower. Actually, he's faster than he's ever been, his dragon-enhanced body eating up miles without breaking a sweat. No, it takes longer because he keeps stopping to experiment with what he's become, testing his limits, learning the boundaries of his new existence. On day 2, he discovers he can partially transform. Just his eyes, turning them into dragon pupils that let him see mana currents in the air. Just his hands, sprouting claws without the full scales. It's like his body is modular now. He can pick and choose which parts to enhance depending on what he needs. On day 3, he learns that his old dietary requirements don't quite apply anymore. He goes an entire day without eating, expecting the usual weakness and hunger, but it never comes. The dragon essence in his core sustains him, somehow converting ambient mana into energy. He still eats. The rations taste the same as always, but it's optional now. A luxury rather than a necessity. On day 4, he accidentally cuts himself on a sharp rock and watches in fascination as crimson energy leaks from the wound instead of blood. The cut seals itself within seconds, leaving not even a scar. Apparently, minor injuries are beneath his concern now, but it's on day 5, as Ethermore's walls come into view on the horizon, that Kaito realizes the most important thing. He can hide it. All of it. With concentration, he can suppress his mana signature down to F-rank levels. To anyone scanning him, he'll still register as the same weak, defective student who left a week ago. The scales stay hidden beneath his skin. The claws retract, completely. Even his eyes, if he focuses, look normal despite being able to see things no human should perceive. He's a dragon wearing human skin, and nobody will know unless he chooses to show them. The question is, does he want to? Kaito walks through Ethermore's eastern gate just after dawn, looking like he's been through hell. His stolen uniform is torn and filthy. His hair is matted with sand and sweat. He's got bruises and scrapes that he deliberately didn't heal, maintaining the appearance of someone who barely survived a week in the wilderness. The guard on duty does a double take. "Hayashi? We thought you were dead. Where have you been?" "Got lost," Kaito says, keeping his voice exhausted and defeated. Easy to fake. He remembers what that feeling was like, even if he doesn't quite feel it anymore. Stupid idea. Nearly dull. Didn't make it back. The guard waves him through without much interest. An F-rank going missing for a week isn't exactly newsworthy. Kaito limps across the courtyard, again deliberately exaggerating weakness he doesn't feel, and makes it maybe 50 feet before someone spots him. "Kaito!" Mei comes running from the direction of the medical building, still in her healer's robes, her face cycling through relief, anger, and something that might be tears. She crashes into him with a hug that would have knocked his old body over. His new body barely registers the impact. "You absolute idiot," she's saying into his shoulder. "You scared me half to death. I thought. Everyone thought. We had a memorial service planned for tomorrow because you've been gone a whole week, and I'm okay," Kaito says, and realizes too late that his voice sounds different. More confident. Less of the defeated monotone she's used to hearing. He quickly adjusts, adding a tremor. "I'm okay. Just got lost. Made some bad decisions." Mei pulls back to look at him, and Kaito sees the exact moment her healer's instincts kick in. Her eyes narrow, scanning him for injuries, and he watches her expression shift from relief to confusion. "You're not hurt," she says slowly. "I mean, you're dirty and you look exhausted, but where are the injuries? You've been in the wilderness for a week. You should be dehydrated at minimum, probably suffering from exposure, definitely showing signs of..." "I got lucky," Kaito interrupts. "Found water. Found shelter. It wasn't as bad as it could have been." It's not a good lie. Mei knows it's not a good lie. She opens her mouth to argue, and Kaito sees her putting pieces together that he can't let her put together. Not yet. Not here. Where anyone could overhear. So he does something that feels cruel but necessary. He sways on his feet, deliberately stumbling. Mei's healer instincts override her suspicion, and she catches him automatically. "Medical building," she says firmly. "Now. I don't care how lucky you think you got. You're getting a full examination." Kaito lets her half carry him toward the medical building, ignoring the stares from other students. He can feel their eyes on him, the F-rank who disappeared for a week and came back looking like a disaster. Probably thought he was trying to run away and failed. Probably glad he's back, so they can continue using him as their social punching bag. Let them think what they want. Kaito's done caring about their opinions. But as they pass the training grounds, he sees someone who does care. Someone who definitely notices his return. Drake Varentis stands by the practice dummies, surrounded by his usual crew of lackeys. Their eyes meet across the courtyard, and Kaito watches Drake's expression shift from surprise to something darker. More calculating. For just a moment, less than a heartbeat, Kaito lets his new instincts surface. Lets himself see Drake the way Ignarok would see him. A small threat. A minor obstacle. Something that could be crushed without effort. The thought should disturb him. It doesn't. Drake seems to sense something, though. His posture shifts, becoming more defensive, and his hand moves unconsciously toward his weapon. Like some primal part of his brain just registered danger, even if his conscious mind doesn't understand why. Then Mei is pulling Kaito along, and the moment breaks. But Kaito caught it. That flash of uncertainty in Drake's eyes. That instant of confusion, where the natural bully's instinct to prey on weakness couldn't quite activate. Good. The medical examination is awkward. Mei runs through her standard diagnostics, channeling healing magic through Kaito's body to check for internal damage, broken bones, organ stress, all the things that should be wrong after a week of wilderness survival. And she finds nothing. No injuries, no malnutrition, no dehydration. His body is functioning at what the diagnostic spell calls optimal levels, which makes no sense for someone who just spent 7 days wandering the desert. Kaito, Mei says carefully, her hands still glowing with diagnostic magic. I need you to be honest with me. What happened out there? Kaito considers his options. He could keep lying, but Mei's smart, and she's one of the few people at this academy who actually cares about him. Pushing her away entirely would be both cruel and suspicious, so he goes with a version of the truth. Something changed, he admits quietly. I found something, and now I'm different. Different how? I don't know yet. Stronger, maybe. But I need to figure it out before anyone else notices. He meets her eyes. Mei, I'm not hurt. I'm actually better than I've ever been. But if the academy finds out, if the guild finds out, they'll want to study me, cut me open to see how I tick. You know they would. It's not even an exaggeration. Unexplained power gains are rare enough to attract serious attention, and the Continental Hunters Guild has a reputation for being thorough in their investigations. Mei's face goes through several emotions before settling on resigned concern. I can suppress the diagnostic results. Report that you're exhausted but healthy enough to return to classes. But Kaito, if you're in danger, if something's wrong with you, you need to tell me. I will, Kaito promises, and means it. Just give me time to understand it first. She doesn't look happy, but she nods. Fine, but you owe me an explanation, a real one, soon. Deal. As Kaito leaves the medical building, cleared for return to normal academy life, he catches his reflection in one of the polished metal mirrors lining the hallway. For just a second, his eyes flash crimson, dragon pupils instead of human. Before, he forces them back to normal. Yeah, he definitely needs to get better at controlling that. News of Kaito's return spreads through the academy faster than he expected. By lunch, everyone knows the F-Rank who disappeared came back looking like he got lost in the woods and barely survived. The general consensus seems to be a mix of mockery and disappointment. Mockery that he failed at whatever he was trying to do. Disappointment that he didn't have the decency to stay gone. Kaito sits in his usual spot in the cafeteria, picking at his food, and listens to the whispers. They don't know he can hear them now. His dragon-enhanced senses pick up conversations from 3 tables away. Probably tried to run away and got scared. Typical F-Rank behavior. Can't even succeed at quitting. Honestly thought we'd seen the last of him. He could care. A week ago, those words would have cut deep, adding to the mountain of insults he's internalized over 3 years. But now they just sound small. Petty. The buzzing of insects that don't realize they're annoying a predator. Ignarok's voice speaks in his mind for the first time since the tomb. You're learning restraint. Good. Predators who strike at every irritation are poor hunters. Kaito nearly drops his fork. Having a dragon god's consciousness casually comment on your thoughts takes some getting used to. Can you read my mind? He thinks back. We share a body now, child. Your thoughts and mine exist in the same space. I don't read them so much as overhear them, but I can remain silent if you prefer. No, Kaito decides. If you're going to be in my head, we might as well talk. What are you exactly? A ghost? A recording? The actual Ignarok? All and none of those. I am the accumulated consciousness left behind in my heart. Think of me as an echo with opinions. I cannot control your body, though I could guide it if you allowed, but I can advise, warn, teach. And the 12 forms? The trials you mentioned? Each form represents an aspect of dragon supremacy. You've unlocked the first, Ember, the foundation of offense. 10 more await, each requiring you to prove yourself worthy. Until then, I am your teacher, your guide, your... The voice pauses, seeming to search for the right word. Partner, perhaps, whether you wish to be or not. Before Kaito can respond, a shadow falls across his table. He looks up to find Drake Varentis standing over him, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Hayashi. Drake. The cafeteria goes quiet. Everyone's watching. Now. Sensing drama. The A-rank bully and the F-rank victim. Their first encounter since Kaito got back. This is entertainment. Heard you went on a little trip, Drake says, his voice carrying across the sudden silence. Get cold feet about the tournament? Thought you'd run away rather than face me? Old Kaito would have flinched, would have stammered an excuse or just stayed silent and hoped Drake would get bored. New Kaito with dragon blood in his veins, and 12 forms waiting to be unlocked, just looks at Drake calmly and takes another bite of his sandwich. The lack of reaction seems to throw Drake off. His eyes narrow. I'm talking to you, worm. Kaito swallows, sets down his sandwich, and meets Drake's gaze directly. I heard you. I just don't see why I should respond to insults from someone whose biggest accomplishment is having a rich daddy. The cafeteria gasps. Someone drops a tray. Drake's face goes through several shades of red. What did you just say to me? You heard me. Kaito stands up, and even though Drake's still taller, still broader, something about Kaito's posture makes it feel like they're equals. I went away for a week. I came back. And honestly, Drake, you're not interesting enough for me to have thought about you at all while I was gone. It's a calculated insult, not aggressive enough to start a real fight. The cafeteria has protection, wards that would zap anyone who threw the first spell, but pointed enough to sting, to throw Drake off his game. Drake's hand moves, flames flickering around his fingers. Several students scramble back. You want to test that theory, F-rank? Because I can arrange for you to take another little trip right now. Before the situation can escalate further, Professor Valance appears seemingly from nowhere. The grizzled combat instructor puts one heavy hand on Drake's shoulder. Mr. Varentis. Ms. Hayashi. Unless one of you wants to explain to the headmaster why you're violating the cafeteria peace protocols, I suggest you both sit down. Drake glares at Kaito for another long moment, then shakes off Valance's hand and stalks away, his lackeys scrambling to follow. But not before Kaito sees it again. That flash of uncertainty. That moment where Drake's bully instincts couldn't quite get purchase. Valance turns to Kaito, his expression unreadable. My office. After classes. We need to talk. Then he's gone too, leaving Kaito standing in a cafeteria full of shocked students. May appears at his elbow. Are you insane? She hisses. You just provoked an A rank in front of half the academy. I know, Kaito says, and realizes he's smiling. When's the last time he smiled? Felt good, though. Classes that afternoon are strange. Kaito sits through basic combat theory, and for the first time, he actually understands what the instructor is talking about. Not just the words, but the concepts. The flow of mana during a strike. The positioning required for maximum leverage. The 1,000 tiny adjustments that separate a competent fighter from a master. Ignarok's knowledge, bleeding through. In mana control practice, he has to actively suppress his new abilities. The exercise is simple. Channel your mana into a crystal and try to make it glow. Most F ranks can barely produce a flicker. Kaito could probably make it explode if he wasn't careful. So he fakes weakness, pushes just enough power to produce his usual pathetic result, while keeping the dragon essence locked down tight. It's harder than he expected, like trying to whisper when you want to shout. Good, Ignarok comments in his mind. Control is the foundation of power. Strength without discipline is just destruction. Is that dragon wisdom? Kaito thinks back. That's common sense. Though humans seem remarkably bad at learning it. By the time classes end, Kaito's exhausted in a new way. Not physically, his dragon body barely registers tiredness anymore, but mentally. Keeping up the act of being weak, hiding his new abilities, pretending nothing's changed. It's work. But he trudges to Professor Valence's office anyway, because ignoring a direct summons from an S-rank former hunter seems like a bad idea. Valence's office is exactly what you'd expect from a grizzled combat instructor. Weapons on every wall, trophies, from dungeon clears, and a desk that looks like it's survived several explosions. The professor himself sits behind it, fingers steepled, watching Kaito enter with eyes that miss nothing. Close the door, Valence says. Kaito does, then stands there awkwardly, unsure if he should sit. I'll make this simple, Hayashi. I don't know what you found out in that desert, but something changed. You move differently. Stand differently. Even that little confrontation with Varentis. Old, you would never have had the spine for that. Valence leans forward. So I'm going to ask you once. What happened out there? Kaito considers lying. Considers the prepared story about getting lost and finding some meditation technique in an old book. But something about Valence's expression, not hostile but genuinely concerned, makes him pause. I can't tell you, Kaito says finally. Not because I don't want to, but because if I do, you'll be obligated to report it. And then things will get complicated. Complicated how? The guild complicated. Valence sits back, his expression darkening. So you did find something valuable enough to attract their attention. Maybe. Or maybe I'm just paranoid. Kaito meets the professor's eyes. But either way, I need time to figure out what I'm dealing with before anyone else gets involved. Can you give me that? Just keep an eye on things, but don't report anything. Unless I become a genuine threat. For a long moment, Valence just studies him. Then, surprisingly, he nods. 3 months. You've got until the tournament. If whatever you found turns you into a danger to other students, I'm intervening immediately. But if you can keep it under control, he waves a hand. Stay weak in public. Whatever you've become, hide it until you're strong enough to survive the consequences. Because once the guild knows you exist, they'll come for you. And they don't. Take no for an answer. It's almost exactly what Kaito was planning anyway, but having Valence's unofficial approval makes it feel more real, more possible. Thank you, Kaito says. Don't thank me yet. If this blows up in my face, I'm claiming I was investigating you the whole time. Valence's expression softens slightly. But Hayashi, whatever you found, whatever changed, be careful. Power always attracts attention. And not all attention is friendly. Kaito leaves the office with more questions than answers, but at least he has an ally. Sort of. Valence won't actively help, but he won't actively report either. It's more than Kaito expected. Now he just needs to figure out what to do with his new power, and how to unlock the next form without anyone noticing. That night, Kaito slips out of his dorm room after curfew and makes his way to the abandoned training hall. It's an old building on the academy's western edge, condemned after a structural accident 3 years ago, but never actually demolished. Perfect for someone who needs privacy. The building is dark, dust-covered, and silent. Kaito lights a mana crystal lamp, easy now, with dragon power to draw on, and begins experimenting. First test, full transformation. He closes his eyes, reaches for that first presence in his chest, and lets ember form flow through him. The change is instant. Ruby-red scales spread across his skin, hardening into armor. His fingers extend into claws sharp enough to score marks on the stone floor. Flames dance along his knuckles, responding to his will, and the temperature in the room spikes noticeably. He feels stronger, faster, like his body has been operating at half capacity his entire life, and someone finally removed the limiter. This is but the first form, Ignarok comments, the foundation. When you unlock the others, you'll understand true power. Kaito practices moving in ember form, learning how his new body responds. The weight distribution is different. The scales add density without mass, some kind of dragon physics he doesn't understand yet. His reflexes are sharper, his movements more fluid. He throws a punch at the air and creates a small shockwave. Okay, that's going to take getting used to. Second test, partial transformation. He dismisses the full scales and focuses on just his hands. The claws emerge, 5 razor-sharp talons that gleam crimson in the lamplight. Then just his eyes, activating the dragon sight that lets him see mana currents. Then just his legs, testing if he can enhance specific body parts for specific tasks. It works. All of it works. He's not locked into all-or-nothing transformation. He can pick and choose which aspects to activate. Efficient. Ignarok approves. Many who gain dragon power burn themselves out using too much at once. You're learning conservation. Third test. How much power can he actually output? Kaito faces the wall, solid stone, 3 feet thick, and channels power into his fist. Not all of it. Not even half. Just enough. He punches. The wall explodes. Stone fragments scatter across the training hall. When the dust settles, there's a hole roughly 2 feet in diameter punched clean through the wall. Kaito stares at it, then at his unmarked fist, then back at the hole. Okay, he says aloud. So I can definitely hurt people now. Good to know. That was perhaps 10% of your current capacity, Ignarok informs him. And you've only unlocked 1 form. Imagine what you'll be capable of with all 12. Kaito doesn't know if that thought excites or terrifies him. He spends the next several hours practicing control, learning to modulate his strength, to punch at normal human levels despite being able to shatter stone. It's harder than just hitting hard. Restraint takes more skill than destruction. By the time he sneaks back to his dorm room, the sky is lightening with dawn. Kaito should be exhausted. He didn't sleep at all. But he feels fine. The dragon essence sustains him, apparently making sleep more optional than necessary. He lies in bed anyway, staring at the ceiling, processing everything. A week ago, he was the Academy's punching bag. Now he's something else, something dangerous. And he has 10 more forms to unlock, each one supposedly harder than the last. Ignarok, Kaito thinks into the darkness. Those trials you mentioned. How do they work? Each trial tests a different aspect of dragon nature, the voice responds. Endurance for Ember, which you passed by surviving the heart's consumption. Defense for Scales. Aggression for Fang. Freedom for Wing. Truth for Breath. And so on. And if I fail? A pause. Then, You won't fail. You survived what should have been impossible. The trials will be hard, but you're stronger than you know. Why me? It's the question Kaito's been avoiding. Out of everyone who tried to claim your heart, why did I survive? Because you were weak enough to bend instead of break. Because you had nothing to lose and everything to prove. Because you approached without pride, without expectation of worthiness. Ignarok's voice carries something that might be satisfaction. And because perhaps the universe has a sense of irony. The weakest vessel containing the strongest power. It's poetic in a way. Kaito doesn't respond. He just lies there, listening to the sounds of the academy waking up around him, and tries to figure out who he is now. Not the old Kaito Hayashi, the F-rank punching bag. But not entirely the new Kaito either, the one with dragon blood and hidden power. Something in between. Something that needs to figure out how to navigate both worlds without getting crushed by either. The next morning, Kaito walks into the cafeteria for breakfast and immediately notices something different. Students are staring at him, not with the usual contempt, but with confusion, uncertainty. Words spread about yesterday's confrontation with Drake, and nobody quite knows what to make of it. The F-rank who stood up to an A-rank. The weakling, who didn't flinch. It doesn't fit the narrative they've constructed about him. Kaito ignores the stares and gets his food. As he's heading to his usual table with Mei, someone deliberately sticks their foot out to trip him. Old instinct would be to stumble, maybe drop his tray, provide entertainment for the morning crowd. New instinct is different. Kaito sees the foot coming. Dragon reflexes make it look slow motion obvious. He could easily step over it. Could pretend to stumble but catch himself at the last second. But instead, he does something that surprises even himself. He stops walking, looks down at the foot, then up at its owner. A D-rank named Marcus who's always enjoyed participating in Kaito's humiliation, and smiles. It's not a friendly smile. Really? Kaito asks. We're still doing this? Marcus, confronted, directly instead of having his prank work as expected, looks uncertain. Just move, F-rank. Or what? You'll trip me? Make me drop my tray? Kaito tilts his head. And then what? I clean it up while everyone laughs? That's the script, right? The cafeteria has gone quiet again. People love drama. I'm just saying, Kaito continues, his voice carrying. Maybe we're all getting a little old for schoolyard bullying. But hey, if you really need this to feel good about yourself. He deliberately steps over Marcus's outstretched foot. Go ahead. Trip the next person. I'm sure it'll be very fulfilling. He walks to his table, sits down, and starts eating like nothing happened. Mei stares at him. Who are you and what did you do with Kaito? I got tired, Kaito says quietly. 3 years of being everyone's joke. I'm just tired of it. It's true, mostly. But the fuller truth is that he can't maintain the old dynamic anymore. The dragon power in his chest won't let him cower. Won't let him accept abuse without response. It's changing him. And not just physically. The question is, how much of that change is the power? And how much is just Kaito finally finding the courage to be who he wanted to be all along? Before he can contemplate further, an announcement echoes through the cafeteria. Headmaster Corvus's voice, magically amplified. Attention all students. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the annual ranking tournament has been rescheduled. It will now take place in 2 weeks instead of 3 months. All combat brackets will be determined next Monday. Prepare accordingly. The cafeteria erupts in surprised chatter. 2 weeks? That's barely any time. Students who were planning to train for months now have days. Mei looks worried. Kaito, you're registered for the tournament. You'll have to fight. I know, Kaito says, and feels something that might be anticipation curl in his chest. 2 weeks, until he has to face other students in sanctioned combat. 2 weeks to learn control, to master his power, to figure out how to demonstrate enough improvement to climb ranks without revealing what he really is. 2 weeks until Drake will probably try to kill him. In his mind, Ignarok chuckles darkly. This should be interesting. Yeah, interesting is one word for it. Kaito finishes his breakfast and tries to ignore the way his heart is racing. Not with fear, like it used to. With something else. Excitement, maybe. Or hunger. The dragon in his chest approves. 2 weeks until the tournament sounds like plenty of time. It's not. Kaito spends the next 3 days trying to figure out how to unlock more forms while maintaining his cover as a weak F-rank student. It's a delicate balance. He needs to grow stronger, but not so obviously that people start asking questions he can't answer. The problem is, Ignarok isn't exactly forthcoming with instructions. How do I unlock the next form? Kaito asks during his 3rd night in the abandoned training hall, after another frustrating session of just practicing with Ember form. You don't, Ignarok responds unhelpfully. The trials come to you when you're ready, when the circumstances align, when the universe decides you've earned the right to attempt them. That's not an answer. That's fortune cookie nonsense. Welcome to working with dragon gods. We don't believe in instruction manuals. Kaito resists the urge to punch another wall. So I'm just supposed to wait around and hope a trial magically appears? Not hope. Seek. The second trial lies beneath your feet, actually. Has for 50 years. That makes Kaito pause mid-stretch. What? The academy sits on old dragon nesting grounds. Did you think that was coincidence? Your people built this place specifically because residual dragon mana makes it easier to train hunters. There's satisfaction in Ignarok's tone, like he's been waiting to share this. Deep below the training fields lie tunnels, where my kin once slept. Your academy sealed them long ago after an accident, but the trial of scales awaits down there in the darkness, for one who dares to face it. You're telling me there's a secret dungeon under the academy that leads to a dragon trial? I'm telling you there's a dangerous, monster-infested ruin beneath your feet that most people have wisely decided to leave alone. But yes, the trial is there, if you're brave enough or stupid enough to claim it. Kaito looks down at the stone floor, trying to imagine what lurks in the darkness below. Then he remembers Drake's face, the tournament in 11 days, the fact that Ember form alone might not be enough. Where's the entrance? Now we're talking. The old training dungeons aren't exactly a secret. Most students know they exist. There's even a memorial plaque near the western training field commemorating the 30 students who died when the tunnels collapsed 50 years ago. After that disaster, the Academy Board voted to seal the entrance permanently. What most students don't know is where that entrance actually is. Kaito spends the 4th day researching in the Academy library, pulling up old architectural plans and incident reports. The official story is that the dungeons were experimental training grounds, magically reinforced tunnels where students could fight summoned monsters in controlled conditions. The collapse was attributed to structural instability caused by excessive mana usage. But reading between the lines of the survivor testimonies, Kaito finds hints of something else. Descriptions of massive claw marks on the walls, and creatures that weren't part of the authorized summons, and one particularly interesting quote from a survivor. Something was already living down there. We woke it up. Dragon spawn, probably. Mutated creatures that had been feeding on residual dragon mana for generations. The entrance, according to the architectural plans, is hidden in the sub-basement of the old gymnasium, a building that's scheduled for demolition next month, but hasn't been used for classes in years. Perfect. Kaito waits until well after midnight before making his move. The academy grounds are quiet, except for the occasional patrol guard, easy enough to avoid with his enhanced senses. He picks the lock on the old gymnasium's service entrance, a skill he learned in his first year when being able to hide in abandoned buildings became necessary for survival, and slips inside. The interior is exactly as depressing as expected. Rotting equipment, moldy mats, graffiti on the walls from students, who used this place for unauthorized parties before the administration finally locked it down. Kaito navigates through the darkness using his dragon sight, watching mana currents flow through the air like luminescent rivers. The sub-basement access is hidden behind a supply closet. The door is chained shut and marked with severe warning. Signs: condemned, do not enter, structural hazard. Kaito flexes his hand, lets his claws emerge just enough to cut through the chains like they're made of paper, and pulls the door open. The smell hits him first: damp stone, stagnant water, and something else. Something organic and wrong. The stairs descending into darkness look stable enough, but the walls are covered in warning runes that pulse faintly. Barrier magic, designed to keep something down there from getting up here, or to keep people from going down. Last chance to reconsider this terrible idea, Kaito mutters to himself. The trial of scales, Ignarok intones dramatically, tests your ability to endure, to stand firm when everything demands you flee, to become the immovable wall against which threats break themselves. Are you ready? Not even slightly. Good. Overconfidence ruins more warriors than caution ever did. Kaito takes a breath, activates Ember Form just enough to coat his hands in protective scales, and descends into the forgotten dungeons beneath Ethermoor Academy. The stairs go down, much farther than Kaito expected. 50 feet, 100. The air grows colder and damper with each step, and the mana concentration increases noticeably. This deep, beneath all the Academy's wards and protections, the raw dragon essence that once saturated these tunnels is still present. He can feel it calling to the power in his chest, recognizing. The stairs finally open into a tunnel system that's clearly not human-made. The walls are too smooth, the curves too organic. These passages were carved by something massive moving through stone like water. Dragon tunnels. Places where Ignarok's kin once nested, tens of thousands of years ago. Kaito's dragon sight illuminates the space, showing him details no human should be able to see. Claw marks scoring the walls, each one large enough to fit his whole body inside. Crystalline formations that pulse with residual mana. And deeper in the tunnel, movement. Something's down here. Multiple somethings. Razor wings. Ignarok identifies. Scavenger species. They evolved in dragon nesting sites, feeding on mana-rich detritus. Individually weak, but dangerous in swarms. How big is a swarm? In confined spaces like this. Expect 20 to 30 at minimum. Great. Wonderful. Love that for me. Kaito moves deeper into the tunnel, every sense on high alert. The razor wings are ahead somewhere. He can hear their chittering echoes, the clicking of crystalline teeth, the leathery whisper of wings against stone. He could turn back, could call this whole thing off and just try to survive the tournament with only Ember Form. But that's not why he came here. The tunnel opens into a larger cavern, and Kaito's dragon sight shows him exactly what he's dealing with. 27. Razor wings hang from the ceiling like disturbed bats. Each one is roughly the size of a large dog, with leathery wings, skeletal frames, and mouths full of teeth that look like broken glass. They've been sleeping, but his presence, the scent of fresh dragon essence, has them stirring. One drops from the ceiling, catching itself mid-air with a snap of wings. Its eyeless head tracks toward Kaito, sensing mana rather than using vision. It opens its mouth and shrieks, a sound like metal scraping glass. The rest of the swarm wakes up. Okay, Kaito says, fully activating Ember Form as 27 razor wings launch themselves at him. Let's see what I can do. The first wave hits him like a living avalanche. Teeth and claws scrape against his ruby scales, looking for weak points. One razor wing goes for his throat, another aims for his eyes. 3 more try to pin his arms. Kaito punches the throat attacker, feeling its skull crunch under the impact. It drops, twitching. He grabs another by the wing and swings it into a third, bowling them both into the cavern wall. His scales deflect. Most of the attacks, but these things are persistent. They're evolved to crack open mana-rich shells. A razorwing's teeth find a gap between his scales, biting into his shoulder. The pain is sharp and immediate, but Kaito's dragon healing is already working, crimson energy sealing the wound almost as fast as it opens. He channels fire into his fist and punches through another razorwing's chest, feeling it explode into burning fragments. 3 down, 24 to go. You're fighting like a human, Ignarok observes critically. All technique and thought. Let the instincts guide you. Feel where they'll be before they arrive. Kaito tries to respond, but a razorwing rams into his face, cutting off his words. He tears it off and throws it away, but more are coming. Always more. The swarm has a strategy. They're trying to exhaust him, to find patterns in his defense, to overwhelm through numbers. He needs to stop thinking like a student in a training. Exercise and start thinking like a predator. Kaito lets his conscious mind take a step back, lets the dragon instincts, Ignarok's battle experience, flow through him, and suddenly, he can see it. The patterns in the swarm's movement, the rhythm of their attacks. They're not random, they're coordinated, like a single organism with multiple bodies, which means there's a leader, an alpha directing the others. Kaito's dragon eyes scan the cavern and find it. A razorwing twice the size of the others, hanging from the highest point, watching the battle with what might be intelligence. That's the one. He doesn't plan his next move, just acts. Kaito leaps, dragon-enhanced legs carrying him 15 feet straight up. The alpha razorwing sees him coming and tries to dodge, but Kaito's already adjusting midair, predicting its movement. His clawed hand closes around its throat. They hit the ground together. Kaito channels fire through his arm, and the alpha razorwing ignites from the inside, burning bright enough to illuminate the entire cavern. For a moment, the swarm hesitates. Their leader is dead. The coordinated attacks break down into panicked individual assaults. Kaito doesn't give them time to reorganize. He's moving now with purpose. Not just defending, but hunting. One razorwing falls to a claw slash across its wings. Another to a flame-wreathed kick that sends it crashing into the wall. His body moves, with an efficiency that shouldn't be possible. Dragon instincts optimizing every motion, eliminating wasted movement. When the last razorwing retreats into a crevice, chittering in fear, Kaito's breathing hard but victorious. His emberform scales are scored with scratches, and there's blood, his blood, mixing with the remains of his enemies on the cavern floor. But he's alive. He won. Better, Ignarok says, and there's approval in the ancient voice. You're learning to trust the instincts. The dragon doesn't think. It knows. That was terrifying, Kaito gasps out. Good. Fear keeps you sharp. Overconfidence kills. Kaito allows himself a moment to catch his breath, then looks around the cavern more carefully. The razorwings were nesting here, which means this is just the entrance. The tunnel continues deeper, and somewhere down there, according to Ignarok, lies the trial of scales. But first, Kaito notices something wrong with his arm. A razorwing's claw caught him during the fight, opening a gash from elbow to wrist. His dragon healing should have sealed it by now, but instead, crimson energy is leaking from the wound in wisps. Why isn't this closing? He asks. Because you're in dragon territory now, and wounds suffered in such places heal by different rules. You'll need to complete the trial or retreat. Your choice. Of course it is. Kaito wraps the wound with torn fabric. From his shirt, grits his teeth against the pain, and pushes deeper into the tunnels. The passages grow more elaborate the farther he descends. These aren't natural caves. They're carved with intent, decorated with ancient symbols that glow faintly in his dragon sight. This was a sacred place once, a sanctuary where dragon gods came to sleep, to dream, to commune with power older than humanity. Now it's just abandoned, forgotten by everyone except the monsters that inherited it. Kaito fights his way through more creatures. A pack of stone grubs, armored centipede things that try to crush him with their weight. A crystal serpent that nearly blinds him with reflected light attacks. Each encounter pushes him harder, forces him to improve, to adapt. He's exhausted by the time he reaches the central chamber. His dragon stamina is impressive, but he's been fighting for over an hour in hostile territory, burning through mana reserves that, while vast compared to his old F-rank capacity, aren't infinite. The wound on his arm isn't healing. It's not getting worse, but the bleeding hasn't stopped. A reminder that he's mortal, even with dragon power. The central chamber is massive, a perfect sphere carved from solid stone, easily 200 feet in diameter. The walls are covered in glowing script, ancient dragon language that Kaito can somehow read now. They tell a story. Warnings about pride, lessons about defense, observations on the nature of endurance, and in the center of the chamber, coiled in a defensive posture, is a statue. It's carved from some kind of black stone that drinks in light. A dragon, not as massive as Ignarok must have been, but still impressive. 50 feet from snout to tail. Its wings are folded protectively around its body. Its eyes, even in stone, convey absolute stillness. This is the guardian of the Trial of Scales. As Kaito approaches, those stone eyes begin to glow red. Bearer of the first god's essence. The statue's voice is like boulders grinding together, emanating from everywhere and nowhere. Not telepathic like Ignarok, but spoken aloud, vibrating through the stone floor and up through Kaito's bones. Prove your shell is worthy. The statue explodes. That's the only way to describe it. One moment it's a solid sculpture, and the next, it's fragmenting into thousands of stone shards that orbit Kaito like a deadly solar system. Each shard is razor sharp, spinning at tremendous speed, humming with barely contained energy. Kaito barely has time to raise his arms before they attack. The first barrage is stone projectiles, launched from the orbiting cloud like missiles. They hit his ember form scales with impacts that drive him backward. 1, 2, dozens. The hits come too fast to count, and Kaito feels his scales beginning to crack under the assault. He tries to dodge, but there's nowhere to go. The shards have surrounded him completely, attacking from all angles simultaneously. A projectile catches his leg, drawing blood. Another slams into his chest, cracking a scale and drawing a gasp of pain. This is the trial of scales. Ignarok's voice cuts through the chaos. Not the trial of dodging, not the trial of running. Stand your ground. They're breaking through my defenses, then make them stronger. Defense isn't about avoiding damage, it's about enduring it. Plant your feet, refuse to move, let the attacks come. Your body will adapt or it will break. That's the trial. It goes against every survival instinct Kaito has. His old F-rank instinct is screaming at him to run, to hide, to get away from the pain. But the dragon power in his chest responds to something else. To the challenge, to the demand that he prove himself immovable. Kaito plants his feet, crosses his arms in front of his face, and stops dodging. The barrage continues. Stone shards hammer his body from all sides and the pain is incredible. His ember form scales are cracking, chunks breaking away. Blood flows from a dozen wounds. His body is being broken down, piece by piece. But he doesn't move. The stone projectiles shift, becoming metal shards. Sharper, faster, more painful. They pierce through his damaged scales, cutting into flesh beneath. Kaito tastes blood, feels his ribs crack, knows his body is taking catastrophic damage, but he doesn't move. Yes, Ignarok breathes. This is what it means to have dragon scales. Not armor that prevents damage, but a will that refuses to acknowledge it. The metal shards transform again, becoming pure energy blasts. They hit like lightning, burning through damaged scales, searing flesh, pushing Kaito to the absolute edge of endurance. He's on his knees now, Didn't realize when that happened, but he's still facing forward, still not retreating. His ember form scales are almost completely gone. Blood soaks his shredded clothes. His body is shutting down from trauma, warning him that he's seconds away from permanent injury or death. And that's when something awakens. It starts in his chest, right where the dragon power coils. A second presence, distinct from ember form, responding to his refusal to break. It flows outward like liquid metal, racing through his circulatory system, reaching his skin. The broken ruby-red scales of ember form begin to fall away, and beneath them, something new emerges. Obsidian black scales, smaller and denser than the ember ones. They spread across his body like armor being assembled by an invisible craftsman. Where ember form's scales were large and obvious, these new scales overlap in intricate patterns, hundreds of small plates that interlock into a seamless whole. The energy blasts hit the new scales and shatter harmlessly. Kaito straightens from his kneeling position, and the transformation completes. Scales form, the second aspect of Ignarok's power. The aspect of absolute defense. Where ember form makes him strong and dangerous, scales form makes him unbreakable. The orbiting shards launch one final barrage, everything they have, all at once, a storm of stone and metal and energy that should pulverize a human body. The attacks hit Kaito like a tidal wave, and he doesn't feel them. The obsidian scales absorb the impact, distributing force across his entire body. What should be fatal blows become mere pressure. He's a fortress, a walking bastion, something that cannot be broken by conventional means. The shards fall to the ground, spent. The Guardian's voice speaks once more. The trial of scales is complete. Defense is the foundation of all victory. Bearer of Ignarok's essence, you have earned the right to endure. Then silence. The glowing script on the walls fades. The chamber becomes just a room again, empty except for Kaito and the scattered stone, shards. Kaito collapses. He wakes up to the sound of voices. Definitely a broken seal, sir. And these chains were cut, not rusted through. Recent? Within the last 6 hours, I'd estimate. Kaito's eyes snap open. He's still in the central chamber, but dawnlight is filtering down from somewhere above, and standing at the chamber entrance are 2 academy guards, examining the entrance he came through. Panic floods his system. He's covered in blood, surrounded by monster remains, and displaying massive holes in his story about being a weak rank. If they find him here, he looks down at himself and feels relief. The scales form has deactivated, leaving him in his normal human appearance. The wounds from the trial are healing rapidly, dragon regeneration working overtime. In another few minutes, there won't even be scars. One of the guards starts walking deeper into the chamber. Kaito has maybe 30 seconds before they spot him. He crawls behind a pile of rubble as quietly as possible, suppressing his mana signature down to nothing. The obsidian scales want to emerge, defensive instinct, but he forces them down. Hide. Don't fight. Just hide. The guard sweeps his mana crystal lamp across the chamber. Sir, there's evidence of recent combat. Monster remains, burn marks. Someone was definitely here. Can you trace who? Negative. No mana residue I can lock onto. Whoever did this knew how to mask their signature. The senior guard, Kaito recognizes. Him as one of Professor Valence's old war buddies sounds grim. This is the 3rd incident in 2 weeks. Someone's been testing the Academy's security barriers. Could be an outside threat. Could be a student preparing for something. Either way, report it to the headmaster. I want wards reinforced and patrols doubled. What about the dungeon? Leave it. If someone wants to risk their life down here, that's their business. We'll seal the entrance better this time and call it a day. The guards retreat, their voices fading as they climb back toward the surface. Kaito waits until he can't hear them anymore, then waits another 30 minutes to be sure. Then finally drags himself out of hiding. His body aches in places he didn't know could ache. The trial pushed him right to the edge of what he could survive. But he did survive. And now, Kaito flexes his hand, activating scales form just on his fingers. The obsidian black plates emerge instantly, far more refined than ember-formed scales. They're beautiful in a terrifying way, each one perfectly shaped, interlocking with its neighbors to create armor that looks grown rather than crafted. He has the second form. 2 down, 10 to go. "Congratulations," Ignarok says, sounding genuinely pleased. "You've proven you can both strike and endure. Few warriors master both. Most excel at one and neglect the other. How long until the next trial?" Kaito asks, already dreading the answer. "That depends entirely on you. The trials come when you're ready, when circumstances align, when you push yourself toward the next aspect of dragon nature. Could be days, could be weeks, could be mid-combat. If fate has a sense of timing. So helpful. I'm a teacher, not a tour guide. You want predictability? Go back to human schools." Kaito finds an alternate route out of the dungeons, a collapsed section that opens into the forest outside Academy grounds. He emerges covered in dirt and blood, but intact. The sun is fully up now. He's been in the dungeons for over 6 hours. Classes start in 20 minutes. Kaito makes it back to his dorm room through sheer determination and clever use of service hallways. He showers, treats his remaining wounds with basic first aid, unnecessary since dragon healing has already closed them, but maintaining appearances matters, and changes into a clean uniform. By the time he walks into advanced mana theory, he looks tired but presentable. Just another student who maybe didn't sleep well. May takes one look at him and mouths, "What did you do?" Kaito gives her a tiny shake of his head. Later. Not here. Professor Torin drones on about mana circulation efficiency, and Kaito tries to pay attention, but his mind keeps wandering to the 2 forms now coiled in his chest. Ember and scales, offense and defense. He can feel them as distinct presences, each one available at a moment's notice. He practices switching between them subtly, just his fingers under the desk where no one can see. Ember form for the right hand, scales form for the left. Then switching, then activating both at once on different parts of his body. The control is getting easier, more intuitive. In combat theory, they're assigned partners for sparring practice. Kaito gets matched with a D-rank named Lisa, who looks at him with barely concealed disdain. Their bout lasts about 3 seconds. She hits him with a wind blade that would have cut his old body. Kaito catches it with scales form hidden beneath his sleeve, and she yields in confusion when her attack just stops. "How did you?" she starts to ask. "Lucky block," Kaito says with a shrug. "You pulled the attack at the last second, right?" She didn't, but she's too proud to admit she failed to hurt an F rank. "Right. Yeah. Lucky." In the cafeteria at lunch, Drake and his crew occupy their usual table. They're talking loudly about the upcoming tournament, making sure everyone knows how they're going to dominate their brackets. Drake catches Kaito's eye across the room and makes a throat-slitting gesture. Kaito responds by raising his water, glass in a mock toast. The interaction doesn't go unnoticed. Whispers spread through the lunch crowd. "Did you see that?" The F rank just smiled at Drake Varentis. Is he suicidal? Does he have a death wish? Maybe. Or maybe Kaito just has 2 dragon forms, combat instincts from a 10,000-year-old god, and absolutely 0 remaining patience for schoolyard bullies. That evening, Kaito meets May in the abandoned training hall. He owes her an explanation, and she's been patient enough. She arrives to find him practicing, switching between ember and scales forms, testing combinations, learning how to flow from one to the other mid-movement. When she sees the transformations, her healer's bag drops from her hand. Kaito. "What? What are you?" He deactivates both forms, returning to human appearance. Something new. Something that might be dangerous, or might be exactly what I need to survive the tournament. He meets her eyes. "I need you to promise you won't tell anyone. Not the professors, not the headmaster, Definitely not the guild. If I promise that, I'm an accomplice to whatever this is. I know. I'm sorry. I wouldn't ask if there was any other way. May looks at him for a long moment. Then she walks over, pulls out her diagnostic tools, and starts scanning him. I'm a healer. Part of the oath is do no harm. If what you've become threatens students, I have to report it. It doesn't. I can control it. Prove it. So Kaito spends the next hour demonstrating control, activating forms on command, showing her the precision of partial transformations, proving that he's still himself, still Kaito, just with additions. When he's done, May sits down heavily, on a training mat. This is dragon power, actual real dragon power. Where did you find it? In the desert, in a tomb. It's a long story. I've got time. So Kaito tells her everything. The Crimson Sepulcher, the heart, the transformation. Ignarok's voice in his head. The trials and forms. He leaves nothing out because May deserves to know what she's protecting. When he finishes, she's quiet for a long time. Then, you're going to use this in the tournament, aren't you? Just enough to win my bracket and move up a few ranks. Not enough to reveal what I really am. Kaito, the moment you display abilities beyond your rank, the guild will investigate. They'll want to know how a defective F rank suddenly became competent. I know, but I can't stay weak forever. Can't keep being everyone's victim. He meets her eyes. I'm doing this. The question is whether you'll help me or turn me in. May closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and makes her decision. I'll help. But on one condition. You let me monitor your health. Whatever that dragon power is doing to you, I want regular checkups. If you start showing signs of corruption or losing yourself to it, we figure out a solution together. Deal? Deal. They shake on it, and Kaito feels something unclench in his chest. He's not alone in this. At least one person knows what he is and doesn't fear him. It's more than he expected. The next week blurs past in a frenzy of training and preparation. Kaito spends his nights in the abandoned hall, practicing combat with both forms, learning to read opponents, to anticipate attacks, to use his defenses strategically rather than just tanking everything. You're improving, Ignarok observes during one particularly good session where Kaito manages to cycle through both forms while fighting imaginary opponents. Your instincts are sharpening. The trials have given you tools, but you're learning to wield them as weapons. Still not sure I'm ready for the tournament. You survived consuming a dragon god's heart and 2 ancient trials. A student tournament should be child's play. The students aren't what I'm worried about. It's what comes after. When people start asking questions, then don't give them answers. Win, but don't dominate. Show improvement, not revolution. Make them wonder, not investigate. It's good advice. Kaito just hopes he can actually follow it. 3 days before the tournament, Headmaster Corvus makes another announcement. A representative from the Continental, Hunters Guild, will be attending this year's ranking competition. Grandmaster Alara, an SSS-Rank hunter, will be observing students for potential guild recruitment. This is an unprecedented honor and opportunity. I expect everyone to demonstrate their full capabilities. The cafeteria erupts in excited chatter. An SSS rank at the tournament? That changes everything. Students who were planning to hold back for safety now want to show off. Combat instructors start pushing everyone harder, and Kaito realizes his careful plan to fly under the radar just got significantly more complicated. That night, unable to sleep, he practices in the training hall until dawn, switching forms, testing, limits, trying to figure out exactly how much power he can display without triggering an investigation. As the sun rises through the broken windows, Ignarok speaks one final time before going silent again. The tournament will reveal you, one way or another. The only question is whether you'll be revealed as someone competent or as something impossible. Choose carefully which secrets you're willing to defend. Kaito watches the sunrise and tries to ignore the sick feeling in his stomach. In 3 days, everything changes. In 3 days, he'll finally get to show Drake Varentis what it feels like to face someone who doesn't flinch. In 3 days, the real test begins. And somewhere in the guild's headquarters, an SSS-Rank hunter named Grandmaster Alara is already reviewing student files, preparing for what promises to be a very interesting tournament, including the file of one Kaito Hayashi, F-Rank, defective core, son of deceased hunters, a file that's about to need significant updating. Tournament day arrives with all the ceremony of a festival. Banners hang from every building, displaying the Academy's crest and the motto, "Strength through trial, honor through victory." The main arena, a massive structure that can hold 5,000 spectators, has been transformed overnight. Floating mana screens hover at strategic points, ready to broadcast fights to crowds who can't get close enough to see. Food vendors line the outer courtyards. Even the weather cooperates, giving them a perfect autumn day with clear skies and mild temperatures. It's a celebration of strength, of power, of everything Kaito spent 3 years lacking. He stands in the competitor staging area with 499 other students, all sorted into brackets based on their ranks. The setup is simple: 8 brackets ranging from FG all the way to AS, with the winners of each bracket earning rank promotions and the top performers catching the guild's attention. Kaito's bracket, the FG group, occupies the smallest, least impressive arena. The loser's pit, as students call it, where the weak fight, the weak while everyone else ignores them. 63 students who barely qualified to attend the academy, competing for the honor of maybe becoming E-rank by the end. 3 months ago, Kaito would have been terrified. Now, with Ember form and Scales form coiled in his chest like waiting serpents, he's just ready. Nervous? Ignarok asks. Should I be? Only if you care about maintaining your secret. Once you step into that arena, people will see you fight. Some of them will be very good at noticing things that don't add up. Kaito spots Grandmaster Alara in the VIP box, an imposing woman in her 50s, with silver-streaked black hair and the kind of presence that makes nearby people unconsciously straighten their postures. She's reviewing notes on a tablet, probably student profiles. Every so often, her eyes scan the competitor areas like a hawk identifying prey. Yeah, nervous is probably appropriate. Kaito Hayashi, F-Rank, Arena 4, Match 1. The announcement echoes through the staging area. Kaito's first fight is up. He walks toward the arena entrance, and Mei catches his arm. Remember, competent, not impossible. You're trying to reach C-Rank, not reveal you're secretly a dragon-powered monster. Thanks for the pep talk. I'm serious. 1 form at a time, minimal power output. Make it look like you trained really hard while you were gone. She squeezes his arm. And don't die. I'd be very annoyed if you died. Noted. Kaito steps into Arena 4, basically a reinforced stone circle about 50 feet in diameter with low walls for spectators. Maybe 30 people are watching, most of them looking bored. The FG bracket is preliminary entertainment at best. His opponent is already waiting. Juro, a G-rank earth mage who has a reputation for dirty tactics. He's short, stocky, and wearing a grin that says he's about to enjoy this. The referee, a bored-looking C-rank instructor, raises his hand. Standard tournament rules. Match ends with surrender, unconsciousness, or ring out. Lethal force is prohibited. Excessive force will result in disqualification. Ready? Both fighters nod. Begin. Juro opens by stomping the ground and the arena floor erupts. Chunks of stone launch toward Kaito, while dirt clouds explode upward, creating a dust storm that should blind any normal fighter. It's a good opening. Attack while obscuring vision, then follow up from an unexpected angle. Against old Kaito, it would have worked perfectly. Against new Kaito. Dragon eyes activate, just for a moment, just enough. The mana currents in the air become visible streams of light, showing Kaito exactly where Juro is despite the dust. Showing him the stone projectiles' trajectories before they arrive. Showing him the Earth Mage gathering power for a follow-up attack. Kaito sidesteps the stone chunks without even looking at them, and the dust clears to reveal him standing in a completely different position than Juro expected. Juro's eyes go wide. How did you... Kaito closes the distance in 3 quick steps, fast but not impossibly fast, and taps his wooden practice sword against Juro's throat. Yield? The fight lasted 9 seconds. The small crowd murmurs in surprise. The referee blinks, checks his timer crystal, and announces, "Winner, Kaito Hayashi." Juro stumbles out of the arena looking confused and slightly embarrassed. Kaito returns to the staging area where Mei is trying very hard not to laugh. "Okay," she whispers. "That was actually perfect. Fast enough to be impressive, not so fast that it looked supernatural." "Good job." "Agreed," Ignarok adds. "You're learning restraint. Most warriors with your power would have obliterated that opponent." Just to make a point, Kaito watches the mana screen showing fights in other brackets. In Arena 1, the AS bracket, Drake is demolishing a B-rank student with flame attacks that make the protective barriers flare. The crowd roars approval. Drake's playing to the audience, showing off, making sure everyone remembers his name. Let him. Kaito has his own matches to worry about. Match 2 comes an hour later. An E-rank wind mage named Petra, who relies on speed and distance attacks. She darts around the arena, launching air blades from different angles, never staying in one place. It's a smart strategy against most opponents. Against someone with dragon reflexes and enhanced perception, it's like watching someone move in slow motion. Kaito dodges the first 3 air blades with minimal movement, just shifting his weight, turning his shoulders, letting the attacks pass millimeters from his body. On the 4th blade, he deliberately takes the hit on his forearm, letting it cut through his sleeve. The crowd gasps. Petra grins, thinking she's drawn first blood. But when the air blade connects, there's a sound, like metal on stone. Kaito's activated scales form beneath his sleeve, just a small patch of obsidian black armor that's invisible under the fabric. The air blade shatters against it, and Kaito's skin underneath is completely unmarked. What? Petra stares at her failed attack. Kaito doesn't give her time to process. He rushes forward, again, fast but not supernaturally so, and disarms her with a simple sword technique any C-rank should know. His practice blade touches her chest. Yield. She does, looking frustrated and confused. Match 3. A D-rank dual wielder, named Marcus, the same guy who tried to trip Kaito in the cafeteria. He comes at Kaito with aggressive attacks, both swords moving in practiced combinations that would overwhelm most F-ranks. Kaito activates Ember form on just his hands and arms, hidden beneath his uniform sleeves. The enhanced strength and reaction. Speed let him parry every strike, redirecting rather than blocking. It looks like technical skill rather than supernatural power. When Marcus overcommits on a thrust, Kaito sidesteps and delivers a palm strike, just enough force to knock the wind out of him. Marcus collapses, gasping. Winner, Kaito Hayashi. The crowd in Arena 4 is starting to pay attention now. 3 matches, 3 dominant victories. The F-rank who disappeared for a week has come back different. Not impossibly different, but noticeably improved. Professor Valence watches from the instructor box, his expression unreadable. Grandmaster Alara glances at her tablet, makes a note, then returns her attention to the AS bracket, where Drake is setting another opponent on fire. By the end of the preliminary rounds, Kaito has fought 7 times and won every match, not through overwhelming power, but through technique, timing, and carefully modulated dragon abilities. He's climbed from the bottom of F rank to qualified for the inner bracket playoffs, which means his next opponent will come from the CD bracket. May meets him in the recovery area with healing magic and water. You're being smart about this. Good. But people are noticing. I've heard 3 different conversations about that F rank who suddenly knows how to fight. What are they saying? Most think you had some kind of breakthrough during your wilderness trip. Maybe unlocked a latent talent. A few think you're using enhancement drugs, but your medical screenings came back clean, so that theory's dying. She lowers her voice. One professor suggested you might have found a minor artifact or technique manual. That's the most dangerous theory because it implies you have something they could study. Great. On the bright side, you're not on Grandmaster Alara's radar yet. She's focused entirely on the AS bracket. Drake, Salara, and a few others who are showing SSS-Rank potential. The announcement board updates. Kaito's playoff match will be against Salara, a B-rank ice specialist from the upper brackets. She's skilled, experienced, and has a reputation for freezing opponents solid. Oh, May says, reading over his shoulder. That's not ideal. Actually, Ignarok interjects, this is perfect. B ranks are strong enough that defeating one is impressive, but common enough that it won't trigger immediate investigation. Win this, and you'll have legitimately earned promotion to C rank. Maybe even B rank if you're convincing. Any advice? Ice is slower than fire. Use that. And Scale's form is particularly effective against cold. Obsidian doesn't conduct temperature well. The playoff matches begin after a 2-hour break. The smaller arenas are consolidated, everyone fighting in the main arena now so the full crowd can watch. 5,000 people pack the stands. The mana screens hover everywhere, broadcasting different angles. Kaito walks out to massive indifference. He's still just the F rank who got lucky in the preliminary rounds. Nobody expects this match to be close. Salara enters from the opposite gate, confident and composed. She's tall, with platinum blonde hair and ice blue eyes that scan Kaito dismissively. Her mana signature is impressive. Solid B rank, well-trained, no wasted energy. The referee, a different one now, an actual A rank instructor, explains the playoff rules. No holds barred except lethal attacks. Arena barriers are reinforced. Medical staff standing by. This match will determine rank promotions. Give us a good show. Begin. Salara doesn't waste time. Her hands move in practiced patterns, and the entire arena floor begins freezing. Ice spreads from her feet in an expanding circle, creating her home terrain. The temperature drops 20 degrees in seconds. Then she launches her opening attack. A barrage of ice spears, each one sharp enough to pierce steel armor, fast enough to be dangerous. Old Kaito would have died in the first 3 seconds. New Kaito sees them coming. He dodges the first wave, purely human reflexes, no dragon enhancement visible. One spear grazes his shoulder, and he lets it, making it look like he's struggling. The crowd murmurs. This is more what they expected. Salara presses her advantage, creating an ice prison. Walls of frozen water rising from all sides, closing in to trap him. It's her signature move, the technique that won her last 5 tournament matches. Once you're in the prison, she freezes you. Solid. Match over. Kaito waits until the walls are almost closed before acting. He activates Scale's form, not fully, just his torso and arms under his uniform. The obsidian black armor spreads across his skin, invisible beneath fabric, but fundamentally, changing his body's resilience. When the ice prison closes completely and starts contracting to crush him, Kaito flexes. The ice explodes outward, frozen shards scatter across the arena. The crowd gasps. Even Salara looks shocked. B-rank ice magic doesn't just shatter like that. Not unless you're significantly stronger or using some kind of specialized counter technique. How did you... Salara starts. Kaito doesn't explain, rushes forward across the frozen arena floor, his movements sure despite the ice. Scale's form extends to his feet, giving him perfect traction. He closes the distance before Solara can prepare another big technique. She tries to freeze him directly, touching, her hand to his chest and channeling ice magic to turn his body solid. It's a close-range technique that should be instant. The ice forms, and immediately cracks. Scales Form's heat resistance plus its defensive properties make direct freezing impossible. Kaito's body temperature remains stable despite ice magic, flooding through his system. Solara's eyes go wide with genuine fear. "What are you?" "Someone who trained really hard," Kaito says, and taps his practice sword against her throat for the third time today. "Yield?" For a moment he thinks she'll refuse. Then, "I yield." The arena erupts. An F rank just defeated a B rank. Cleanly, decisively. That's not supposed to happen. The mana screens replay the ice prison explosion from multiple angles. Commentators are already speculating about hidden talents and breakthrough techniques. In the VIP box, Grandmaster Ilara sits up straighter and makes several notes on her tablet. Professor Valence pinches the bridge of his nose like he's getting a headache. And Kaito walks off the arena floor, trying very hard not to look as nervous as he feels. The rest of the day becomes chaos. Kaito's victory over Solara is the upset of the tournament. Suddenly, the F-rank nobody is everyone's topic of conversation. Students who've never spoken to him want to know his training secret. Lower rank competitors look at him with hope. If Hayashi can improve that much, maybe they can too. Higher rank. Students look at him with suspicion. Mei runs interference, deflecting questions with healer authority. He's exhausted and needs recovery time. Medical privacy, please back off. But there's one conversation Kaito can't avoid. Hayashi, my office. Now. Professor Valence doesn't wait for a response, just turns and walks toward the instructor building. Kaito follows, feeling like a student about to be expelled. Valence's office door closes with a heavy thud. The professor activates privacy wards, military-grade ones that glow faintly with power. Whatever they're about to discuss won't be overheard. Scales, Valence says without preamble. You use scales under your uniform. I saw the outline when you flexed against that ice prison. Kaito's heart drops. I don't know what you... Don't insult me by lying. I've been hunting monsters for 30 years. I know unnatural durability when I see it. Valence leans against his desk. What I don't know is whether those scales are a technique, an artifact, or something biological. The question hangs in the air. Kaito could keep lying, but Valence isn't stupid and he's not hostile, just concerned. Biological, Kaito admits quietly. From the Whispering Wastes. I found something that changed me. Dragon-related? How did you... Because dragon is the only thing that would cause the Continental Hunters Guild to monitor the Whispering Wastes. Because dragon essence is the only power source that would let an F rank match a B rank. Valence's eyes are hard. Because I helped hunt the last dragon-touched human 15 years ago, and you're displaying the same signs. Silence. Then, are you going to turn me in? Valence considers for a long moment. That depends. Are you in control? Or is the dragon power controlling you? I'm in control. Prove it, so Kaito does. He activates Scales Form on just his right hand, letting the obsidian black armor emerge, then dismisses it. Activates Ember Form on his left hand, shows the ruby-red scales, dismisses. It switches back and forth several times, demonstrating precision control. Valence watches without comment. When Kaito's done, 2 forms already. Most Dragon Touch don't survive acquiring one. There are more, Kaito admits. 12 total, if I can unlock them all. 12. Valence laughs, but it's not a happy sound. You've consumed something significant, something the guild will absolutely want to study, dissect, weaponize. He activates a mana projection, showing a wanted poster from 15 years ago. This was Marcus Thorne, dragon-touched hunter, gained 3 forms before the guild caught him. They kept him in a research facility for 2 years, running experiments. He died trying to escape. The image shows a man covered in scales, eyes wild, clearly not in control. I'm not him, Kaito says. Not yet. But the guild doesn't make distinctions. Dragon power is dangerous, unstable, and valuable. If Grandmaster Alara identifies what you are, you'll disappear into their custody within days. Valence deactivates the projection. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to lose your next match. What? You've already proven yourself, enough to warrant promotion to C rank, maybe B rank. Take the advancement, be satisfied, and stop drawing attention. If you keep winning dramatically, Ilara will investigate. And investigation means discovery. None. But the tournament isn't worth your freedom. Valence's voice is firm. Trust me on this. The guild's interest is not something you want. Lose gracefully in the next round. Accept your promotion. And live to fight another day. Kaito wants to argue. Wants to say that he came here to prove something. That he's tired of being weak. That he needs to face Drake and show everyone what he's become. But Valence is right. Pride isn't worth getting dissected. Okay, Kaito says. I'll lose the next match. Good. Now get out of here before someone notices how long we've been talking. The next round pairings are announced an hour later. Kaito Hayashi versus Drake Varentis. Of course. Of course the universe would set this up now, when Kaito's just promised to throw the match. Drake finds him in the recovery area, his grin predatory. Well. The little worm finally crawled his way up to face me. I've been waiting 3 years for this. Drake, What? Going to beg me to go easy on you? Promise you've learned your place. Drake leans in close. Not a chance. I'm going to break you in front of everyone. Show the whole academy what happens when F-rank trash forgets where they belong. He walks away, laughing with his crew. Several students nearby look at Kaito with pity. Everyone knows this match will be a slaughter. May appears at his elbow. You have to fight him, don't you? Tournament bracket, no way around it. Can you lose convincingly? Probably. Take a few hits, make it look like I tried. Go down before he does permanent damage. And if he doesn't stop when you're down? That's the question, isn't it? Drake's been waiting 3 years to hurt Kaito publicly. If Kaito goes down easy, Drake might see it as permission to keep going. To make an example. To use this sanctioned match to inflict the beating he's always wanted to give. You could just defeat him, Ignarok suggests. End this rivalry decisively and reveal myself to the guild? No thanks. Then you need to lose convincingly while also protecting yourself. A difficult balance. Yeah. Difficult is one word for it. The announcement comes too soon. Final interbracket playoff. Drake Varentis, A rank, versus Kaito Hayashi, F rank. Main arena. 10 minutes. The crowd is already buzzing with anticipation. This is what people wanted to see. The bully versus his longtime victim. The strong versus the weak. It's a narrative everyone understands. Kaito walks toward the arena, entrance, trying to figure out how to survive the next 15 minutes without either revealing his power or getting hospitalized. May grabs his arm one more time. Promise me you won't do anything stupid. Define stupid. Kaito, I'm serious. Drake's going to try to hurt you. Really hurt you. If you feel yourself losing control of the dragon power, yield immediately. Your pride isn't worth your life. I know. Do you? Because you've got this look in your eyes like you're planning something that's going to end badly. Kaito doesn't respond. He doesn't know what he's planning, honestly. The smart move is to lose quickly. Take a hit. Go down. Let Drake have his moment of superiority. Everyone's satisfied, no secrets revealed, problem solved. But there's a part of him, maybe the dragon part, maybe just the part that's been beaten down for 3 years, that really, really wants to wipe that smirk off Drake's face. Just once. The main arena is packed. 5,000 people fill the stands, all of them here to watch Drake Varentis demolish the Academy's weakest student. The mana screens are positioned for optimal viewing. Even Grandmaster Ilara is paying attention now, curious to see how the F rank who beat a B rank will handle an A rank. Kaito enters to mixed reactions, some pity, some excitement for the violence to come, some genuine curiosity about whether he has any tricks left. Drake enters to roaring approval. He's the hometown favorite, the talented prodigy, the A rank who will probably make SSS-Rank before graduation. His flames dance along his arms as he walks, playing to the crowd. They meet in the center of the arena. The referee, now an S-Rank instructor, because this match is important enough to warrant serious oversight, reviews the rules once more. Standard tournament regulations apply. Match ends with surrender, unconsciousness, or my intervention. Given the rank disparity, I will be monitoring closely for excessive force. The referee looks directly at Drake as he says this. Is that understood? Crystal clear, Drake says, not even glancing at the instructor. His eyes are locked on Kaito. Begin. Drake moves first, and he's not holding back. A gout of flame explodes from his hands, not the controlled practice attacks he's been using in other matches. This is serious fire, the kind that leaves scars. It fills Kaito's vision, coming too fast to fully dodge. Kaito activates Scales form on his arms and raises them to guard. The flames wash over his obsidian black armor, briefly visible before his sleeves burn away and dissipate harmlessly. The heat is intense, but Scales form distributes it evenly, preventing burns. The crowd gasps. The mana screens zoom in on Kaito's armored forearms. Drake's eyes narrow. What is that? Doesn't matter, Kaito says, trying to sound casual. Your attack didn't work. Yield? It's the wrong thing to say. Drake's face twists with rage. How dare the F-rank mock him, and his power surges. Inferno Aura. It's Drake's signature technique. Wreathing his entire body in white-hot flames that enhance speed and power tenfold. It's a move that should only be used against equal-rank opponents, maybe in final tournament rounds. Using it now, against someone, supposedly F-rank, is massive overkill. The referee shouts a warning, but Drake's already moving. He blitzes across the arena in a streak of fire, faster than most people can track. His flame-wreathed fist aims directly at Kaito's face with enough force to break bone. Kaito activates Ember form on his legs for enhanced speed and dodges, barely. Drake's punch misses by inches, the heat singing Kaito's hair. The A rank doesn't stop, flowing into a combination of punches and kicks that would overwhelm most B ranks. Kaito defends desperately, using Scales form to absorb hits he can't avoid, Ember form for speed when he needs to evade. He's using both forms now, switching rapidly, the dragon power flowing through him in response to genuine threat. The crowd is going wild. This isn't the slaughter they expected. The F rank is actually defending against an A rank serious assault. You need to end this, Ignarok warns. Either defeat him or yield. This middle ground reveals too much. I'm trying. Try harder. Drake lands a solid hit to Kaito's ribs. Even with Scales form active, the impact drives him backward. Another punch connects with his jaw, snapping his head around. Drake's too fast, too strong, and too angry to give Kaito breathing room. What are you? Drake screams, landing another combination. No F rank should be standing. Kaito tastes blood. His body's taking damage despite the dragon forms. Drake's Inferno Aura is A rank power, properly trained, and Kaito's only using two forms with minimal experience. He needs to decide, reveal more power and win, or take the beating and lose. The smart choice is obvious. But then Drake says something that makes Kaito's decision for him. You're just like your parents, weak, pathetic. Dying was probably the best thing they ever did. At least they don't have to see what a disappointment you became. The arena goes silent. Several students gasp. You don't disrespect the dead like that. You especially don't mock deceased hunters in front of their orphaned child. Drake realizes his mistake. His eyes widen slightly, but it's too late. Something inside Kaito snaps, not his control, his patience. The third form awakens. There's a moment, just a single crystallized moment, where Kaito could choose differently. He could swallow his rage, could take the insult about his parents and add it to the pile of humiliations he's endured, could yield right now, walk away, preserve his secret and his safety. That moment passes. Inside Kaito's chest, something stirs. A third presence, distinct from Ember and Scales, awakening in response to the rage flooding his system. It doesn't feel like the other forms. Those were gradual, earned through trials. This one explodes into existence, born from pure predatory fury. The trial of Fang. Ignarok's voice is distant, almost surprised. I didn't expect you to unlock this one in combat, but yes, this works. Prove you have the will to bite back when cornered. Kaito's hands transform, his fingers elongate, joints popping and reforming. The nails sharpen into claws that gleam like polished obsidian, each tip capable of shredding steel. But it's not just his hands. His entire presence changes. The air around him seems to sharpen, to focus, like reality itself is acknowledging a predator's awakening. Drake sees the transformation and actually steps back. What the hell? Kaito moves. Not fast by dragon standards, but fast enough that most of the crowd can't track it. He closes the distance before Drake can react, and his new claws rake across the A-Rank's chest plate. Enchanted armor that cost more than Kaito's entire academy tuition. The armor parts like paper. 4 glowing claw marks appear across Drake's chest, cutting through metal and drawing blood. Drake screams and stumbles backward, his inferno aura flickering with shock. You cut me? Yeah. Kaito's voice comes out different, deeper, with an edge that wasn't there before. Fang form isn't just physical transformation. It's mental, aggressive, predatory. Turns out, when you insult someone's dead parents, they stop caring about holding back. The arena has gone completely silent. 5,000 people watching an F-rank student transform into something with claws, something that just wounded an A-rank through enchanted armor. Grandmaster Alara stands up in the VIP box, her expression intense. Professor Valence closes his eyes like a man watching a disaster unfold, and the referee, an S-rank instructor who's seen a lot in 30 years, reaches for the emergency termination switch. But Drake doesn't yield. Instead, consumed by rage and humiliation, he doubles down. You freak! Drake's flames surge higher, burning blue now instead of red, a sign of mana burn, of power output beyond safe limits. I don't care what you are. I'm going to burn you to ash. He launches his ultimate technique, the move he's been saving for the tournament finals, Prometheus's Judgment. A massive sphere of condensed flame, hot enough to melt stone, powerful enough to level a building. It fills the arena, an miniature sun aimed directly at Kaito. The protective barriers strain. Students in the front rows scramble back. The referee starts the emergency shutdown sequence, but it takes 3 seconds to activate. The fireball will hit in 2. Kaito has 1 second to make a choice. Take the hit with Scales form, or respond, with equal force. His instincts, the dragon instincts that Fang form has amplified, choose for him. Kaito opens his mouth and roars. What emerges isn't just sound. It's concentrated dragon essence, raw power given voice. A torrent of crimson fire erupts from Kaito's throat, mixing with the primal fury that Fang form embodies. It's not a technique he's practiced, not something he consciously knows how to do. It's just what dragons do when threatened. They burn the threat away. Kaito's dragon breath collides with Drake's Prometheus's Judgment mid-arena. The impact creates a pillar of flame that shoots straight up, punching through the arena's protective barriers like they're made of tissue paper. The shockwave blasts outward, cracking stone, shattering windows in nearby buildings. When the flames finally dissipate, the arena floor has been scorched black. Drake is on his knees, burned and unconscious from mana backlash. The pills side. Effects combined with overextending his power. His precious enchanted armor is melted slag, and Kaito stands in partial dragon form. Ruby-red scales on his arms from ember form, obsidian-black armor on his torso from scales form, and those terrible claws from fang form. His eyes are fully draconic now, crimson pupils and black sclera, glowing faintly with power. Wisps of flame leak from his mouth with each breath. The entire arena stares at him in shocked silence. Then someone screams. The crowd erupts into chaos. Students scramble for exits. Instructors activate defensive wards. Alarms blare across the academy, the emergency response system detecting unauthorized power usage, possible monster infiltration, threat level unknown. Kaito stands in the center of the destroyed arena, watching the panic, and realizes with sinking horror what he's done. His secret isn't secret anymore. Seal the arena! Grandmaster Alara's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. No one leaves until I have answers. Guild agents, apparently stationed at the tournament for exactly this kind of situation, materialize from concealment. They're all A-rank minimum, wearing standardized combat gear, weapons drawn. They form a perimeter around the arena, cutting off escape routes. The medics rush in for Drake, who's still unconscious but breathing. They load him onto a stretcher while shooting fearful glances at Kaito. Professor Valence makes his way onto the arena floor, hands raised in a placating gesture. Everyone remain calm. Kaito, deactivate the transformation. Now. Kaito tries. Focuses inward, reaches for the mental switch that should dismiss the forms. Ember and scales respond, retracting back into his skin. But Fang form, still new, still wild, doesn't want to leave. The claws remain extended, the predatory instincts still sharp and active. You awakened it through rage, Ignarok explains. It needs time to settle. Breathe. Center yourself. Remember you're still human underneath. I'm trying, Kaito mutters, and his voice still carries that draconic edge. Grandmaster Alara descends from the VIP box with the kind of presence that makes trained warriors step aside. She walks directly toward Kaito, unafraid, studying him, with the clinical interest of someone who's seen a lot of impossible things. Kaito Hayashi, she says, her voice carrying across the silent arena. Son of Hiroshi and Yuki Hayashi, registered F rank with a defective mana core. She stops 10 feet away. Except you're clearly not defective anymore. So I'm going to ask you one time. What are you? Before Kaito can respond, Mei pushes through the perimeter of guild agents. He's my patient, and you can't interrogate him without medical clearance. Your patient, Ilara says dryly, just breathed fire like a dragon and wounded an A rank through enchanted armor. Medical privacy is not the priority here. He's still a student under academy jurisdiction, who displayed dragon characteristics in a public venue, making this a guild matter. Alara's tone brooks no argument. Now step aside, or I'll have you removed from the premises. Mei looks at Kaito, desperate and helpless. He gives her a tiny shake of his head. This is happening. Fighting it will just make things worse. Alara turns back to Kaito. I'm authorized to detain anyone displaying dragon-related abilities for the Continental Hunters Guild. You can come voluntarily, submit to examination, and potentially walk away with your freedom. Or we can do this the hard way. Define potentially, Kaito manages, his claws finally starting to retract. That depends entirely on what you are and how you got this way. Dragon power is... She doesn't get to finish the sentence. The arena, doors explode inward. For a moment, nobody moves. Everyone stares at the massive hole where the reinforced entrance used to be, at the smoke and debris settling, at the figure walking through the destruction like it's nothing. The man is tall, easily 6.5 feet, wearing black armor that looks ancient but immaculate. Not modern tactical gear, but something from another era entirely. Plates of dark metal inscribed with runes that seem to drink in light, making him appear as a moving shadow. He carries a spear, not casually, but ready. The weapon radiates wrongness, anti-mana, energy that makes every hunter in the arena unconsciously step back. The spearhead glows with sickly green light that hurts to look at directly. Grandmaster Alara goes pale. "Huntmaster Zareth, we weren't expecting you for another." I sensed Ignarok's essence awakening. Zareth's voice is cold, ancient, carrying the weight of millennia. His eyes, and Kaito realizes with horror that they're not quite human, holding depths that shouldn't exist, lock onto Kaito with absolute focus. 10,000 years I've waited for the first god to resurface. He raises his spear, the Dragon Slayer's requiem, and the entire arena feels the weight of the anti-dragon magic concentrated in that weapon. And now, boy, I'll finish what I started. The guild agents move to intercept, but Zareth gestures almost lazily with his free hand. An invisible force swats them aside like insects, sending A-rank hunters flying. He walks forward with terrible purpose, each step making the ground crack beneath his feet. Alara tries to activate a containment ward. The magic unravels before touching him. Professor Valance throws a binding spell. It dissipates like mist. Zareth is beyond their power. Whatever he is, however he's lived for 10,000 years, he's playing in a different league entirely. Kaito. Mei's scream cuts through. The shock. "Run!" Inside Kaito's mind, Ignarok's voice is urgent, almost panicked, the first time the dragon god has sounded truly afraid. "That spear killed me once. It will kill you too if you stay here. You've unlocked 3 forms, but you need all 12 to stand against him. Run!" Kaito tries to respond mentally. I can't even move. There are people everywhere. Where would I go? But his body is already moving. Ignarok's consciousness seizing partial control to ensure survival. "Forgive me for what comes next," the dragon god says. Kaito's body erupts with power. All 3 forms activate simultaneously. Ember, Scales, and Fang, flooding his system with more dragon essence than he's ever channeled. His mana signature explodes, from carefully hidden F rank to something that registers off the measurement scales entirely. Crimson energy bursts from his skin like flames. His bones crack and reform, density increasing beyond human limits. His muscles tear and regrow stronger. In 3 seconds, Kaito transforms into something that's more dragon than human. The chains binding him, mana-suppressing restraints that the guild agents managed to snap on during the chaos, shatter like glass. Zareth sees this and actually smiles. "Yes, show me what you've become." He throws the Dragon Slayer's requiem. The spear moves impossibly fast, trailing anti-dragon energy that warps the air around it. Kaito, or Ignarok piloting his body, tries to dodge, but the spear adjusts mid-flight, tracking its target with supernatural accuracy. It pierces Kaito's shoulder. The pain is unlike anything he's experienced. Not just physical damage, but spiritual. The anti-dragon magic burning his essence, attacking the very power that keeps him alive. Kaito screams, the sound coming out as a draconic roar that cracks more windows. Around him, students and instructors dive for cover. The arena has become a battlefield between forces they can't hope to match. Kaito, still partially controlled by Ignarok's survival instinct, rips the spear out of his shoulder. The wound leaks crimson energy instead of blood, and his dragon healing tries to close it, but the anti-dragon curse fights back, keeping it open and burning. "Run." Ignarok's voice in his mind is weaker now, pained. I can't fight him like this. Not with only 3 forms. Not while sharing your body. You have to escape. Kaito's body moves on autopilot, activating Scales form at maximum to tank hits he can't avoid, Ember form for raw power, Fang form for pure aggressive will to survive. He crashes through the arena's outer wall, the same wall that's supposed to contain S-rank battles, and keeps moving. Behind him, Zareth retrieves his spear with a casual gesture, the weapon flying back to his hand like it's magnetized. Run if you want, boy. I've been hunting dragons for 10,000 years. You're just the newest prey. Kaito leaps, clearing 30 feet easily, landing on the academy's outer wall. Behind him, the tournament grounds are chaos. Students evacuating, instructors trying to establish order, guild agents mobilizing. Ahead lies the wilderness, the forests and mountains beyond Ethermoor, where guild influence is minimal, and he might have a chance to hide, to heal, to figure out what the hell just happened. Kaito jumps again, this time clearing the wall entirely, and disappears into the tree line as dawn breaks over the horizon. He runs for 3 days. Not continuously. Even dragon stamina has limits, especially when wounded. But for 3 solid days, Kaito puts distance between himself and the academy, using every trick he can think of to avoid pursuit. The wound in his shoulder isn't healing right. The anti-dragon curse from Zareth's spear lingers, burning away his regeneration faster than it can work. Crimson energy leaks steadily from the hole, leaving a trail that any competent tracker could follow. On the 2nd day, he hears pursuit. Guild hunting parties using tracking spells and trained beasts. They're organized, professional, and persistent. Kaito stays ahead by using his dragon senses to detect them before they get close, doubling back when necessary, covering his tracks in streams. On the 3rd day, exhausted and bleeding, he collapses in a ravine somewhere in the wilderness of echoes, the same region he crossed on his way to the Crimson Sepulcher, though he's not sure exactly where. Everything looks the same. Twisted trees, rocky outcrops, the constant whisper of wind that sounds almost like voices. Kaito lies there, staring at the sky, and takes inventory of his situation. His shoulder is still bleeding. His mana reserves are dangerously low from maintaining dragon forms continuously while wounded. He's a fugitive now, wanted by the Continental Hunters Guild for dragon-related activities, possession of forbidden power, and probably a dozen other charges they'll invent to justify hunting him. Everyone at the academy saw what he is. May's probably being interrogated. Professor Valance is probably being investigated for not reporting him sooner. Drake is either in a medical ward or being hailed as a victim of a monster's deception, and Kaito has nowhere to go. No safe haven. No allies except a 10,000-year-old dragon god's consciousness that shares his body and occasionally hijacks his motor functions for survival purposes. We're in trouble, Kaito says aloud to the empty ravine. Acute observation. Ignarok responds, his voice weaker than usual. The spear's curse damaged both of us. My connection to your body is strained. If you're wondering why I'm not being more helpful, that's why. Can it kill us? Given enough time, yes. Anti-dragon weapons are specifically designed to burn through our healing. Without treatment, the wound will spread until your entire body is compromised. Great. What counts as treatment? Typically, removing the cursed tissue entirely, amputating the affected limb, or seeking another dragon to burn out the curse with purifying fire. A pause. I'm fresh out of dragon friends, so your options are limited. Kaito looks at his shoulder, at the wound still leaking crimson light. If I cut off my arm, will it grow back? Eventually. Probably. Dragon regeneration is impressive, but regrowing entire limbs takes weeks even with all 12 forms. Unlocked. With only 3, you're looking at months, assuming the trauma doesn't kill you first. So that's not an option. Not unless you enjoy being one-armed and helpless in hostile territory. Kaito lies there for another few minutes, trying to come up with a plan. His options are depressingly limited. He can't go back to the academy, can't approach any guild-affiliated settlement, can't risk being seen by anyone who might recognize him. He's alone, wounded, and hunted by forces he can't match. But lying, here waiting to die, isn't an option either. Kaito forces himself to sit up, biting back a scream as the movement aggravates his shoulder. Ignarok, when you said I need all 12 forms to fight Zareth, did you mean that literally? Yes, he's not just a skilled hunter, he's something more. 10,000 years ago, he and I were not friends, but allies. I trusted him. We fought demons together, protected humanity together. Then he betrayed me, drove that spear through my heart, and sealed my essence away. Bitter amusement colors, the ancient voice. The spear is part of his power. It will always find dragon essence, always strike true, always burn what it touches. With 3 forms, your prey. With 12, you might be able to match him. So I need to unlock 9 more forms while hiding from the most powerful hunter organization in the world. Essentially, yes. And the forms only unlock through trials that you can't actually control or predict. Correct? We're so screwed. Most likely. But you knew that when you consumed my heart. There's a strange fondness in Ignarok's tone. For what? It's worth. You've survived more than I expected. Most vessels would have shattered by now. You bend, and that's why you're still alive. Before Kaito can respond, he hears something. Voices, distant but approaching, the guild search parties, closing in on his position. He has maybe 5 minutes before they arrive. Not enough time to fully heal. Barely enough time to move. Kaito drags himself upright, his body screaming in protest. He needs shelter, supplies, and time, none of which he has. What he does have is 3 dragon forms, a cursed wound, and the absolute certainty that capture means death or worse. So he does what he's always done when cornered. He keeps moving. The pursuit continues for another, 2 days before Kaito finally loses them in the ruins of an ancient city. The kind of place the guild doesn't bother patrolling because it's too far from civilization, too infested with monsters, too dangerous for the potential rewards, perfect for someone with nothing left to lose. The ruins are extensive, buildings, overgrown with luminescent fungi, streets cracked and heaving with root systems, and an atmosphere of abandonment that settles like dust. Something lived here once, thousands of years ago. Now it's just ghosts and monsters. Kaito finds a relatively intact structure near the city's center and collapses inside. His shoulder is worse. The anti-dragon curse has spread down his arm, the flesh around the wound turning a sickly gray that doesn't respond to his healing at all. He's dying. Slowly, but definitely dying. Ignarok. Kaito whispers into the darkness. If I die, do you die too? Technically, I'm already dead. But yes, if your body expires, my consciousness disperses. We're bound together now, for better or worse. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to drag you down with me. Don't apologize. You've given me more life than I expected. 10,000 years of imprisonment in my own preserved heart, and then you, foolish, desperate, impossible you, consumed it, and gave me a second chance at existence. The ancient voice softens slightly. I should be thanking you, even if we die here. They sit in silence for a while, Kaito leaning against the wall, too exhausted to move further. Then someone speaks from the doorway. Dragon essence. I haven't sensed that in decades. Kaito's hand goes to his sword, which he lost during the escape, finds nothing, and settles for raising his functioning arm defensively. His dragon eyes adjust to the low light, showing him the figure in the doorway, an old man. Or at least someone who appears old. Late 60s, maybe 70s, with gray hair tied back and a face marked by scars. He wears simple robes that are worn but clean, and he carries a staff that radiates subtle power. Not hostile power, just power, the kind that comes from decades of experience and discipline. "Who are you?" Kaito demands, his voice hoarse. Someone who used to be an SSS-Rank hunter. Used to be, past tense. The old man steps inside, examining Kaito with professional interest. Got exiled by the guild 20 years ago for forbidden research. Specifically, researching how to harness dragon power without killing the dragons. He gestures at Kaito's wounded shoulder. "That's a dragon slayer's requiem curse. Zareth's signature technique. How'd you manage to piss off the Huntmaster?" "Long story. I've got time. Name's Riken, by the way." Kaito sizes him up, trying to determine if this is a trap. But the old man's mana signature, while powerful, doesn't feel guild-affiliated. There's something rogue about it, something independent. Kaito, and I consumed Ignarok's heart. Riken goes very still. The first god's heart, the one from the Crimson Sepulcher. "Yeah. How many forms have you unlocked?" 3. Ember, Scales, and Fang. 3. Riken laughs, but it's not mocking. 3 forms in under a month. Do you have any idea how rare that is? Most Dragon Touch die acquiring their first form. You're either incredibly strong or incredibly lucky. Neither. Just desperate and too stupid to give up. Best combination for survival. Riken kneels beside Kaito, examining the cursed wound, without touching it. "This will kill you in about a week if untreated. The curse is spreading, burning through your dragon essence faster than you can regenerate. Eventually it'll reach your core and you'll expire. Can you fix it? Maybe. I've studied anti-dragon curses for 2 decades. Never had a live patient to work on before, but theory is sound." Riken looks up, meeting Kaito's eyes. Question is, why should I? The guild wants you dead or captured. Helping you makes me complicit. Could bring them down on this place, and I like my exile lifestyle. Quiet, peaceful, no obligations. Because you specialized in dragon research for a reason, Kaito says, reading between the lines. Because you got exiled for trying to find a better way than just hunting and killing. Because I'm proof that humans and dragons can coexist. Riken is quiet for a long moment. Then he smiles. A real smile. The first genuine expression Kaito's seen. "You're smarter than you look, kid. All right, I'll help. But you're going to tell me everything, and you're going to train under me until you can control those forms properly." Why? Because in 20 years of exile, I've seen 7 other individuals who tried to harness dragon essence. All of them went mad or died. Most destroyed themselves through lack of control. Riken stands, offering his hand. You're the first one who's made it this far with his sanity intact. I want to see how far you can go. Kaito takes the offered hand, his good hand, and lets Riken pull him upright. What happened to the other 7? 5 died from essence corruption. 1 went completely feral and the guild put him down. And 1... Riken's expression darkens. 1 succeeded, unlocked all 12 forms, achieved perfect fusion with the dragon essence, and became something unprecedented. What happened to them? That, Riken says, is a story for when you're not actively dying. First, we treat that curse. Then we see if your body can survive what comes next. He leads Kaito deeper into the ruins, to a chamber that's been converted into a makeshift laboratory. Shelves of ingredients, ancient texts, equipment that looks both arcane and medical. This is where Riken has spent 20 years of exile, studying dragons, perfecting techniques, waiting for someone exactly like Kaito. As the old hunter begins preparing materials to burn out the anti-dragon curse, Kaito asks the question that's been haunting him since the tournament. Riken, the person who succeeded, the one who unlocked all 12 forms. What did they become? The exile doesn't turn around, but his voice carries weight when he responds. Something beautiful and terrible. Something that made the guild realize dragon-touched humans could be more dangerous than the dragons themselves. He finally looks back, his expression grave. They became what Zareth fears most, proof that his 10,000-year crusade might have been wrong, that dragons and humans together could be stronger than either apart. What happened to them? The Wan. Guild tried to capture them for study. Failed. Tried to kill them. Failed. Eventually, that person just left. Disappeared into the world, probably still out there somewhere. Riken returns to his preparations. If you survive long enough to unlock all 12 forms, maybe you'll get to meet them. Ask them yourself if it was worth it. Kaito leans against the table, watching the exile work, and tries to process everything. A week ago, he was competing in a student tournament. Now he's a fugitive, cursed, hunted by ancient forces, and trying to survive long enough to maybe achieve something impossible. But he's still alive, still breathing, still fighting. That has to count for something. In his mind, Ignarok speaks one last time before retreating to conserve power. The hard part isn't survival, Kaito. It's choosing what you'll become once you've survived. Power without purpose is just destruction. Remember that in the days ahead. Kaito closes his eyes as Riken begins the procedure to burn out the curse, and he tries to remember who he was before all of this started. The scared F-rank boy who polished boots and endured daily humiliation. That boy is gone, burned away in dragon fire and forged into something else. The question is, what exactly has he become? And perhaps more importantly, what will he choose to be? The procedure to remove the anti-dragon curse is exactly as terrible as Kaito feared. Riken's method is simple in concept, horrific in execution. Burn out the corrupted tissue with purified dragon fire, then trigger Kaito's regeneration to regrow healthy flesh. The problem is that burning out corrupted tissue when you're still using said tissue requires staying conscious through the entire process. This is going to hurt, Riken says, preparing a circle of ancient runes around Kaito's chair. I need you to maintain ember form throughout the procedure. Your dragon fire will purify from the inside while I work from outside. If you lose consciousness or let the form drop, the curse spreads faster and we start over. How long will it take? 6 hours. Maybe 8, depending on how deep the corruption goes. Kaito looks at his shoulder, at the gray spreading down his arm like a disease. And if we don't do this, you're dead in a week. Generous estimate. Riken activates the runic circle, which begins glowing with soft blue light. Last chance to back out and die peacefully. Let's get it over with. The first hour is manageable, uncomfortable but bearable. Riken uses specialized tools, scalpels, inscribed with purification runes, to cut away the worst of the corruption while Kaito maintains ember form, flooding his body with healing fire from within. The second hour is when the real pain starts. The curse fights back, recognizing it's being destroyed, lashing out with bursts of anti-dragon energy that feel like lightning through Kaito's nervous system. He grits his teeth, maintains the form, and tries not to scream. He fails at the not screaming part. By hour 4, Kaito's vision is blurring. His body wants to shut down, to escape the pain through unconsciousness. But Riken keeps talking, keeping him focused, explaining dragon physiology and curse mechanics in dry academic detail. That somehow helps. The fascinating thing about anti-dragon weapons, Riken says while literally cauterizing Kaito's flesh, is that they're not actually anti-dragon at all. They're anti-essence. They target the fundamental energy that dragons are made of, which happens to be similar to certain types of refined mana. He pauses to adjust his tools. which means humans who internalize dragon essence become vulnerable to weapons that didn't affect them before. You're more dragon than human now, metabolically speaking. That's great, Kaito gasps. Love that. Super helpful information. I thought you might appreciate the irony. You wanted power to stop being weak. Now you're powerful but vulnerable to specialized weapons that wouldn't have threatened your old body. Are you always this cheerful while torturing people? Only the ones I like. By hour 6, the corruption is mostly gone. Riken has carved away the infected tissue, burned out the curse's roots, and Kaito's dragon regeneration is finally working properly. New flesh grows where old was removed, clean and unmarked. When Riken finally deactivates the runic circle, Kaito collapses forward, completely exhausted. His shoulder is whole again, scarred, but functional. The gray corruption is gone. He's alive. That, Kaito says into the floor, was the worst thing I've ever experienced. Including consuming a dragon god's heart? Including that. Riken cleans his tools with practiced efficiency. Get some sleep. Real sleep, not just resting. Your body needs to finish healing, and we start training tomorrow. Training for what? For staying alive long enough to unlock the rest of your forms. The old hunter pauses at the doorway. And for the inevitable confrontation when Zareth finds this place. Because he will find it, Kaito. Men like him always do. The question is whether you'll be ready when he arrives. Kaito wants to respond, but exhaustion pulls him under before he can form words. He wakes 20 hours later to the smell of cooking meat and the sound of rain on the ruin's broken roof. His shoulder feels good. Better than good, actually. He can move the arm without pain, without the constant burning sensation the curse caused. Riken sits by a small fire, turning a skewered rabbit over the flames. You heal fast. Expected. You to be out for at least 2 days. Dragon Constitution. Kaito sits up, testing his range of motion. Everything works. Thanks for not letting me die. You're welcome. Now eat this, and we'll begin your actual education. The rabbit is surprisingly good. Apparently, Exile taught Riken decent survival cooking. While Kaito eats, the old hunter explains the situation. The guild has issued a continent-wide alert for your capture. 50,000 gold reward. Alive. Only, they want to study what you've become. Every bounty hunter, mercenary guild, and ambitious adventurer is looking for you. Riken pulls out a wanted poster with Kaito's face. They're calling you the dragon-touched rogue. Dramatic, but accurate. Great. I'm famous. Infamous. There's a difference. Riken tosses the poster into the fire. But here's the interesting part. Zareth has personally claimed hunting rights. No other guild members are allowed to interfere. He's made this a solo pursuit. Why? Because 10,000 years ago, he killed Ignarok. Probably sees you as unfinished. Business. Or maybe he's just sentimental about dragon hunting. Riken stands, stretching. Either way, it buys us time. One hunter, even one as skilled as Zareth, can't search everywhere at once. So what's the plan? Survive. Train. Unlock more forms. The next 2, wing and breath, are achievable with the right trials. Riken walks toward the chamber's exit. Wing requires you to embrace freedom, to leap without knowing if you'll fly. Breath requires truth, accepting uncomfortable realities about yourself and your power. He's not wrong, Ignarok confirms, his voice stronger now that the curse is gone. Those trials test psychological barriers as much as physical ones. You'll need to confront who you're becoming. And you know where these trials are? Kaito asks Riken. Wingform's trial is obvious. The skyward peaks 3 days north. Ancient dragon nesting site with perfect conditions. The old hunter grins. As for breath form, that trial will come naturally during your training here. Trust me. Over the Next 2 weeks, Kaito learns what it means to train under a master. Raiken's training method is brutal and efficient. Break Kaito down, force him to adapt, then rebuild him stronger. They start with basics, controlling the 3 forms he already has, learning to switch between them mid-combat without conscious thought. Your biggest weakness, Raiken explains while attacking Kaito with a practice staff, is transition time. You telegraph every form change. Any competent fighter will exploit that gap. Kaito activates Scales form to block a strike, then tries to switch to Fang form for a counterattack. The half-second delay is enough for Raiken to sweep his legs out. From under him. See? Dead. Again. They drill transitions for hours. Ember to Scales. Scales to Fang. Fang back to Ember. Over and over until Kaito can flow between forms as naturally as breathing. Then they work on partial transformations. Raiken throws rocks at Kaito's head from random directions, forcing him to activate Scales. Form on just the impact point without full transformation. Miss the timing, take a rock to the skull. Eventually, Kaito gets good at it. Better, Raiken says, after Kaito successfully blocks attacks on 5 different body parts simultaneously. You're learning to think of the forms as tools, not states. That's the key to mastery. They practice combat applications. Ember form for offense, yes, but also for intimidation, for controlling temperature, for creating distractions with flame. Scales form for defense, but also for immovable positioning, for becoming the anchor point your enemies break against. Fang form for lethality, for the moment when mercy becomes weakness. You're improving rapidly, Ignarok observes during one particularly good sparring session. Raiken is a better teacher than I expected. He understands dragon nature despite being human. At night, Raiken teaches theory. They sit by the fire while the old hunter explains dragon history, the war 10,000 years ago, the betrayal that killed. Ignarok. The demons wanted human souls, Raiken says, his voice soft in the darkness. They'd been harvesting them for millennia, using them as fuel for their magic. Ignarok and the other dragon gods protected humanity, drove the demons back. It was a stalemate that could have lasted forever. So what changed? The demons made an offer. Spare humanity for 10,000 years if the dragons were eliminated. Complete ceasefire, guaranteed by ancient magic that even demons can't break. Raiken stirs the fire. Zareth was Ignarok's most trusted human ally. The dragon god taught him how to fight, how to lead, how to be humanity's champion. And Zareth chose to betray him. Why? Because 10,000 years of safety seemed better than eternal war. Because Zareth believed humans needed to stand, alone, not hide behind dragon protection. The old hunter's expression is complicated. He wasn't entirely wrong. The question is whether the cost was worth it. And now the 10,000 years are almost up. The demons will return. Soon. Maybe months, maybe weeks. And humanity has no dragon gods to protect them anymore. Just us. Raiken looks at Kaito. Just you, if you survive long enough to matter. The weight of that settles on Kaito's shoulders. He's not just running for his life anymore. He's potentially the only thing standing between humanity and demons that can harvest souls. No pressure. On the 15th day of training, Raiken wakes Kaito before dawn. Time for the trial of Wing. We leave in an hour. They travel north through territories that get progressively more dangerous. Not because of monsters, though those exist, but because they're approaching areas where reality itself thins. Old. Magic from the Dragon Wars still lingers here, warping the landscape. The skyward peaks emerge from morning mist like titans. 7 mountains that rise straight up for thousands of feet, their peaks lost in the clouds. Ancient dragon nests pit the cliff faces, massive carved cavities where creatures the size of buildings once slept. Dragons were creatures of air and fire, Raiken explains as they climb. They needed height, space, freedom. The skyward peaks, were sacred to them. Some of the oldest gods died here, passing peacefully into the sky. They reach a particular peak, the tallest, by late afternoon. The summit is a flat platform, barely 20 feet across, surrounded by sheer drops on all sides. The wind howls constantly, carrying the scent of thin air and old power. At the platform's edge, Kaito looks down. The drop is impossible to gauge. Clouds obscure everything below. It could be 1,000 feet, could be 5,000. Either way, falling means death. This is the trial of Wing, Riken says. The test is simple. Jump. Trust that the form will awaken before you hit bottom. Embrace freedom or die trying. Kaito stares at the drop. That's insane. Dragon trials usually are. He's right, though, Ignarok adds. Wing form won't unlock through practice or meditation. It requires absolute commitment. You have to leap without certainty, trust without proof. That's what freedom means. What if I just fall and die? Then you weren't meant to have this form, but I don't think you will. You've survived worse odds. Kaito takes a deep breath, thinks about everything he's endured to get here. The tomb, the curse, the escape. 2 weeks of training with a brutal exile who hits him with rocks for practice. Didn't survive all of that just to hesitate now. If I die, Kaito says to Riken, tell Mei I'm sorry for being an idiot. Will do. Kaito walks to the edge, looks down one more time, and jumps. Falling through clouds is surreal. The world becomes gray mist and rushing wind and the certainty that you've made a terrible mistake. Kaito sees nothing, hears only the scream of air, feels only acceleration as gravity claims him. 3 seconds. 5. 10. He breaks through the cloud layer and sees the ground rushing up to meet him. Still too far to make out details, but close enough to know he has maybe 20 seconds left before impact. Any time now, Kaito thinks desperately at the fourth presence stirring in his chest. The form doesn't respond. The presence just sits there, waiting. 15 seconds. Please, I'm trusting you. I'm embracing freedom. I'm doing the trial right. So wake up and let me fly. 10 seconds. Nothing. 5 seconds. Kaito can see individual trees now, can make out the rocky ground that's about to kill him. This is it. This is how I die. Fell off a mountain trying to unlock dragon wings. At least it's more interesting than being someone's punching bag. 3 seconds. Something in his mind clicks, a realization that has nothing to do with the form, or the trial, or survival. He's not afraid. Falling through the sky, seconds from death, and Kaito realizes he's completely calm. Not because he wants to die, but because for the first time in his life, he's genuinely free. No academy rules, no guild surveillance, no Drake to humiliate him. Just him and the sky, and the absolute certainty that this moment, terrifying as it is his alone. This is what freedom feels like. The fourth presence explodes into life. Pain erupts from Kaito's back, not injury, but transformation. His shoulder, blades crack and reform, bones extending, new appendages forcing their way through skin and muscle and cloth. The process takes maybe 2 seconds but feels like hours. Massive wings unfold from his back. Not small wings, not decorative. These are real dragon wings, spanning 20 feet from tip to tip, constructed from bones as strong as steel and membranes as tough as cured leather. They're beautiful and terrible. Crimson red like ember form, but with black accents that match. Scales form. Kaito doesn't think about how to use them. Instinct takes over. The wings catch air just seconds before impact, and his terminal velocity plunge becomes a swooping glide. He skims over the tree line, close enough to feel branches, brushes feet then angles upward, he flies. It's nothing like he imagined. Flying isn't peaceful or gentle. It's violent, demanding, requiring constant adjustment to wind currents and air pressure. But it's also exhilarating in a way Kaito's never experienced. Pure three-dimensional movement, untethered from ground constraints. He rises above the tree line, then above the clouds, emerging into brilliant sunlight. The skyward peaks surround him like old friends, and Kaito laughs, a sound of pure joy, as he learns to bank, to turn, to ride thermal currents that lift him higher. Fourth form unlocked, Ignarok says with obvious satisfaction. Wing grants you aerial supremacy, speed, maneuverability, and the ability to create cutting wind with each flap. Very useful for escaping ground-based pursuers. Kaito soars back toward the summit where Riken waits, landing with surprising grace despite this being his first time. The wings fold against his back, then retract completely, leaving his shirt shredded but his body whole. How was it? Riken asks. Incredible. Terrifying. Want to do it again immediately. Good, because you're going to need that mobility. The old hunter's expression turned serious. While you were gone, I saw smoke from the south. Guild search parties, getting closer. We have maybe 2 days before they find the ruins. Then we move. Not yet. One more trial first. The trial of breath awaits tonight. They return to the ruins as the sun sets, but instead of the usual training chamber, Riken leads Kaito to a sealed door he's never seen before. The entrance is covered in warning runes, and Kaito can feel something dangerous behind it. What's in there? A chamber I prepared specifically for this. The trial of breath isn't about learning to exhale fire. You already did that instinctively during the tournament. This trial is about control, about choosing what your breath does. Riken unseals the door. It's about accepting uncomfortable truths. The chamber beyond is octagonal, maybe 30 feet across, with walls of solid stone. In the center sits a single chair, and the room is completely sealed. No windows, no ventilation, just stone. The trial is simple, Riken explains. I seal you in this chamber. It fills with poison gas. You survive by learning to breathe properly, not as a human whose lungs fill with toxins, but as a dragon whose breath purifies, transforms, or destroys, based on will. He meets Kaito's eyes. You'll also have to confront some hard truths about what you're becoming. The gas is hallucinogenic as well as poisonous. How long? However long it takes. Could be hours. Could be days. The trial ends when you master breath form or when you die. This trial tests truth, Ignarok explains. Dragons breathe many things: fire, frost, lightning, poison, pure force. But the foundation of all dragon breath is truth. You must see yourself, clearly accept what you are, before you can control what you exhale. Kaito steps into the chamber, his heart pounding. Any advice? Yes, Riken says as he begins closing the door. Remember, you're not losing your humanity. You're expanding. There's a difference. The door seals with a heavy thunk. Kaito hears mechanisms engage, locking him inside. Then, from vents he can't see, gas begins filtering into the chamber. At first, the gas just makes him cough. Unpleasant, but not immediately lethal. Kaito's dragon constitution is resisting the worst effects, buying him time. Then the hallucinations start. He sees his parents, Hiroshi and Yuki Hayashi, standing in the chamber with him, looking disappointed. You consumed a monster's heart, his mother says sadly. We raised you to be a hero, not a creature. This isn't real, Kaito tells himself. It's just the gas. But the images persist. He sees Drake, standing over him with that familiar smirk. Thought you could escape being weak? You're still the same pathetic F-rank, just hiding behind stolen. Power now. He sees May, backing away in fear. "You're dangerous, Kaito. You'll hurt people. You're becoming the monster they always said you were." The gas is thicker now, burning his lungs, making each breath painful. Kaito's dragon healing fights the poison, but it's a losing battle. He needs to do something, or he'll die in here. The trial isn't about survival, Ignarok reminds him. It's about truth. What are you afraid of? What uncomfortable reality are you avoiding? Kaito collapses to his knees as the poison intensifies. The hallucinations swirl around him. Every fear, every doubt, every insecurity given form. And finally, at the center of all the noise, he sees himself, not his human form, not fully dragon. Something in between. A figure that's neither one nor the other, caught in transformation, unable to commit. "This is what you fear," the figure says in his own voice. "That you're losing yourself. That the boy who entered that tomb won't exist when this is over. That Kaito Hayashi is being erased, replaced by something that wears his face but isn't him." The words hit harder than any physical blow because they're true. Kaito's been running so hard, fighting so desperately, that he hasn't stopped to acknowledge the fundamental question. When the 12 forms are unlocked, when Ignarok's essence is fully integrated, will Kaito still exist? Or will he just be a vessel? A shell containing dragon power? "I don't know," Kaito admits to the hallucination. "I don't know if I'll still be me at the end, and that terrifies you." Yes. The admission breaks something. The hallucinations don't vanish, but they lose their weight. Because Kaito has named his fear, acknowledged it, accepted that he doesn't have all the answers. In his chest, the 5th presence stirs. "You want the truth?" Ignarok asks. "Here it is. You'll change. You're already changing." The boy who polished Drake's boots is gone. He died in the Crimson Sepulcher. What emerges at the end of this journey will be something new. Not human, not dragon, but both. A synthesis. Will I recognize myself? That depends entirely on you. Power doesn't erase identity. It reveals it. The question isn't whether you'll still be Kaito Hayashi. The question is, what kind of Kaito Hayashi will you choose to become? The answer comes with clarity that cuts through the poison and fear. He'll choose to be someone who doesn't back down, who doesn't let bullies win, who uses power to protect rather than dominate, who remembers what it felt like to be weak, so he never inflicts that feeling on others. He'll be Kaito Hayashi, dragon-touched and human, carrying both aspects with equal weight. The 5th presence awakens fully. Kaito stops trying to breathe like a human, stops fighting the poison entering his lungs. Instead, he embraces it, accepts the toxins into his body and channels dragon essence through them. When he exhales, what emerges isn't poison anymore. Crimson flame erupts from his mouth, incinerating the gas in the air around him. Not mindless destruction. Controlled burning that converts toxin to heat to harmless air. The temperature in the chamber spikes, and Kaito can feel the form settling into his chest. Breath form, the 5th aspect, the ability to exhale different types of dragon breath based on will and need. He inhales again, this time deliberately, pulling more poison into his lungs, and exhales frost. The gas freezes and falls as harmless crystals. Another breath, lightning arcing through the chamber, burning away the last of the toxins. When the chamber is finally clear, Kaito sits in the center, breathing normally, 5 forms now coiled in his chest like serpents waiting to strike. The door unseals. Riken looks in, sees Kaito alive and transformed, and smiles. 5 forms in under 2 months. You're accelerating faster than any dragon-touched I've studied. The old hunter offers his hand. But we're out of time. The guild forces are half a day away. If we don't leave now, we fight. Maybe we should fight, Kaito says, standing. I'm stronger now. 5 forms. Wing for mobility, breath for range. And Zareth has 10,000 years of experience plus a weapon that specifically counters dragon essence. Riken's voice is firm. You're not ready. Not yet. We run, we hide, we buy time for more forms to unlock. He's right, Ignarok agrees reluctantly. Zareth is beyond you. For now, they pack what little they have. Supplies, weapons, research notes, and prepare to abandon the ruins. As they're about to leave, Kaito looks back at the place that's been his sanctuary for 2 weeks. Will we come back? Probably not. This place will be compromised once the guild finds it. Riken shoulders his pack. We move to the uncharted territories, deep wilderness where even the guild fears to tread. You'll unlock more forms there, train harder, and hopefully, the ground shakes, not an earthquake. Something impacts the ruins from above, sending shockwaves through the ancient structure. Stone cracks, ceiling fragments rain down, and Kaito's dragon senses scream, warning. Danger. Immediate. Overwhelming. They run outside to see the source of the impact. Zareth stands in the courtyard, his dragon slayer's requiem glowing with anti-dragon energy. The guild forces that were supposed to be half a day away surround the ruins. 50 hunters, all A rank or higher, forming a perimeter. But they're not advancing. They're just watching. Because this hunt belongs to Zareth alone. The Huntmaster looks at Kaito, and his ancient eyes hold something that might be satisfaction. You've grown stronger, boy. 5 forms already. Impressive. He raises his spear. But strength without wisdom is just a larger target. Let me show you the difference between power and mastery. Riken pushes Kaito behind him. Run. I'll buy you time. You can't fight him. I don't plan to win. I plan to give you 30 seconds. The old hunter's mana signature flares to full SSS-Rank power, the strength that made him legendary before his exile. Use them wisely. Kaito wants to argue, wants to stay and fight together. But Riken's already moving, staff blazing with power as he charges Zareth. The confrontation lasts exactly as long as promised, 30 seconds. Riken unleashes techniques that would kill most S-rank hunters. Zareth parries them almost casually, his spear moving with economical precision. When the old hunter tries a binding spell, Zareth dispels it with a gesture. When Riken creates elemental constructs, Zareth destroys them without breaking stride. It's not even close. On the 27th second, Zareth's spear catches Riken through the shoulder. Not a killing blow, but precise enough to sever muscle, and drop him. The old hunter falls, still conscious but unable to continue. Zareth looks past him, directly at Kaito. Your turn. Kaito activates wing form and launches himself into the air, wings carrying him up and away from the ruins. Behind him, he hears Zareth actually laugh, and then the sound of pursuit. The Huntmaster doesn't have wings. He doesn't need them. He runs up the side of a ruined building, jumps, and somehow stays airborne, moving through the sky on platforms of solidified mana that materialize beneath his feet. He's fast, impossibly fast, and he's gaining. Faster, Ignarok urges. Use everything, all 5 forms. Don't conserve, burn bright or die. Kaito pours power into wing form, achieving speeds that blur the landscape below. He banks hard, trying to lose Zareth in the forest canopy. The Huntmaster follows without effort, his spear leaving trails of anti-dragon energy in the air. A thrown spear. Zareth hurls the Dragon Slayer's requiem like a javelin, and it moves faster than Kaito can evade. It pierces his leg, sending waves of curse pain through his body. Kaito screams but keeps flying, ripping the spear out before the curse can take hold. The weapon returns to Zareth's hand instantly, called back by whatever ancient magic binds them. You can't outrun me, Zareth calls across the distance. And you can't fight me. Not yet. So why struggle? Submit to the guild's custody. We'll study you, learn from you. And maybe Maybe. Let you live. Kaito's response is breath form. A torrent of dragon fire aimed directly at the Huntmaster. Zareth deflects it with his spear, the anti-dragon weapon carving through fire like it's nothing. Or we can do it this way. They clash in the sky. Dragon-touched fugitive versus 10,000-year-old hunter, and it's not remotely fair. Every attack Kaito launches, Zareth counters. Every form Kaito activates, Zareth has seen before and knows how to defeat. But Kaito has one advantage. Desperation makes him unpredictable. He uses wing form to create cutting winds that slice through trees below, sending debris into the air. While Zareth dodges, Kaito activates breath form and exhales frost, creating an ice storm around them. The Huntmaster's mana platform slips slightly, just slightly, and Kaito uses that instant to escape. He flies low, skimming the forest canopy, using every trick Riken taught him about evasion and misdirection. Behind him, Zareth follows with the patience of someone who's been hunting for millennia. The chase continues for hours, through forests, over mountains, across rivers that Kaito doesn't know the names of. His dragon stamina keeps him aloft when human exhaustion would have killed him, but eventually, even dragon endurance has limits. He's bleeding from multiple spear wounds. His mana reserves are dangerously low, and Zareth shows no signs of tiring. You need to ground yourself, Ignarok advises. Find defensible terrain, make him work for it. Ahead, Kaito sees a canyon system, narrow ravines with high walls. He dives into them, folding his wings, using the confined space to limit Zareth's maneuverability. The Huntmaster follows. They fight in the canyon, Kaito activating scales, form to tank spear thrusts, fang form to counterattack, breath form to create obstacles. But Zareth adapts to everything, his experience showing in every calculated movement. You're learning, Zareth admits, pressing his assault. Faster than any dragon-touched I've hunted, but you're still a child playing with adult weapons. How many forms now? 5? You need all 12 to stand against me, and you'll be dead long before then. He drives his spear toward Kaito's heart. At the last instant, something changes. Kaito feels all 5 forms surge simultaneously, not switching between them, but combining them. Ember's offense with Scale's defense, with Fang's aggression, with Wing's mobility, with Breath's versatility. His body moves without conscious thought, Ignarok's battle experience guiding him. He catches the spear shaft with Fang form's claws, redirects it past his body with Wing form's leverage, and breathes lightning directly into Zareth's face at point-blank range. The Huntmaster staggers backward, actually surprised. Kaito doesn't wait. He launches himself skyward one more time, wings burning with power, and disappears into the cloud layer. This time, Zareth doesn't follow immediately. Kaito flies for another 3 hours before his body finally gives out. He crash lands in a forest, clearing, his wings refusing to support him anymore. Every form deactivates at once, leaving him human and broken on the cold ground. He's alive, though. Somehow, impossibly, alive. In his chest, Ignarok speaks with what might be pride. You survived an encounter with Zareth. Most don't. You even landed a hit. That's significant. Doesn't feel significant, Kaito gasps. Feels like I barely escaped, with my life. That's what survival usually feels like. But you're learning. 5 forms unlocked, combat experience gained, and you're still breathing. Better than expected. Kaito lies there as dawn breaks, too exhausted to move. He thinks about Riken, wounded in the ruins, about May, probably being investigated back at the academy, about everyone whose lives he's complicated by becoming what he is. But he also thinks about how he just faced the being who killed Ignarok 10,000 years ago and survived. How he unlocked 2 more forms in 2 weeks. How he's not the scared, F-rank boy anymore. He's something else now. Something dangerous. something that even Zareth acknowledges as a threat. 7 forms left to unlock, and somewhere in the wilderness, the greatest hunter in history is searching for him. Kaito closes his eyes and allows himself a moment of rest before starting the next impossible task, surviving long enough to matter. Kaito wakes to find himself surrounded by wanted posters bearing his own face. They're nailed to every tree in the clearing where he crashed, dozens of them, forming a circle. Each poster shows his dragon-transformed appearance from the tournament. Eyes glowing crimson, scales visible. The text is simple. Dragon-touched rogue, 100,000 gold, alive only, contact Continental Hunters Guild. And written across one poster in fresh blood, you can't run forever. Zareth was here. While Kaito slept, exhausted and vulnerable, the Huntmaster stood over him and chose not to kill him. The message is clear. This isn't a hunt. It's a game. And Zareth is enjoying it. He's toying with you, Ignarok confirms grimly, demonstrating that he could end this whenever he wants. Psychological warfare, make you understand how outmatched you are. Then why didn't he just kill me? Pride, maybe. Or he wants you at full power when he finally strikes. Some hunters prefer their prey dangerous. The ancient voice pauses. Or perhaps he's testing whether you're truly worth the effort. Remember, he killed me when I was at my peak, with all 12 forms fully manifested. Killing you with only 5 would prove nothing. Kaito struggles to his feet, every muscle screaming. His wounds from yesterday's chase have mostly healed. Dragon regeneration is impressive, but the exhaustion runs deeper. He's been running for weeks now, fighting, unlocking forms, barely sleeping. He can't keep this up forever. But he doesn't have to. Just long enough to unlock the remaining 7 forms. Then he'll have a fighting chance. The question is, how? As if answering his thought, something moves in the forest. Kaito activates Fang form reflexively, claws extending, ready for combat. But it's not Zareth. It's a woman. Mid-30s, wearing travel-worn armor that looks expensive but practical. Her mana signature is powerful, S-Rank, maybe higher, but controlled, contained. She approaches with her hands visible and empty. Kaito Hayashi, she says. Her voice is calm, measured. I mean you no harm. I'm here with information you need. Who are you? Someone who unlocked all 12 forms 20 years ago. Someone who survived what you're going through. She stops at the edge of the clearing, respectful of his space. My name is Seraphine, and I can teach you how to accelerate the remaining trials. They talk in the forest, Kaito maintaining cautious distance while Seraphine explains. The forms don't unlock randomly, she says, pulling bread and dried meat from her pack, offering food as a peace gesture. They respond to specific psychological and physical pressures. You've unlocked 5 through trials that tested your fundamental nature. The remaining 7 are more complex. How do you know this? Because I walk this path. Consume dragon essence. Not from Ignarok, but from one of his kin. Spent 3 years unlocking all 12 forms while running from the guild. She takes a bite of bread. Eventually, I learned the patterns. Storm requires courage under overwhelming odds. Shadow requires wisdom to know when to hide versus fight. Crystal requires reflection, understanding yourself as others see you. Titan requires accepting your capacity for destruction. Void requires making peace with emptiness. Celestial requires hope when all seems lost. And Apex? Seraphine's expression becomes complicated. Apex isn't a trial. It's a choice. When you've unlocked all 11 others, Apex offers itself. Total fusion, human and dragon becoming one entity. Most who reach that point let the dragon consume them, becoming vessels for the ancient consciousness. I didn't. I found another way. What way? Partnership. True partnership, where neither consciousness dominates. But that's a conversation For after you survive the next week, she stands, brushing crumbs from her armor. Zareth found you once. He'll find you again. Each time he'll be a little less playful, a little more serious. You have maybe 3 more encounters before he stops toying and just kills you. So what do I do? What dragons have always done when cornered. You push yourself to the absolute limit. You force the trials to come faster by putting yourself in situations that demand you evolve or die. Seraphine's eyes are hard. It's dangerous. Most dragon-touched who try this method don't survive, but you're out of time for the slow, careful approach. She's right, Ignarok admits, and she's walked this path successfully, which makes her advice valuable. But be warned, accelerating the trials means confronting your deepest fears and flaws all at once. It could break you. Where do we start? Kaito asks. Seraphine smiles, not kindly, but with understanding. We start by making you into something Zareth can't predict. Follow me. She leads him deeper into the uncharted territories, to places where the boundary between physical reality and mana-infused chaos grows thin. Ancient battlegrounds from the Dragon Wars, where the very air still crackles with residual power. The next 3 forms, Storm, Shadow, and Crystal, can be unlocked through intensive combat and meditation, Seraphine explains as they walk. But they require you to confront aspects of yourself you've been avoiding. They reach a valley where lightning constantly strikes the ground, never stopping. The air tastes like ozone and electricity, and Kaito's hair stands on end just from proximity. Trial of storm, Seraphine says. True courage isn't the absence of fear, it's acting despite it. You need to stand in that lightning field and refuse to dodge. Let the electricity flow through you until your body adapts or dies. That's insane. Yes, but so is every other trial you've survived. She looks at him seriously. Storm form grants speed beyond mortal comprehension. Lightning reflexes, the ability to move as fast as thought itself. You'll need it against Zareth. So the question is, are you brave enough to claim it? Kaito looks at the lightning field, calculating his odds of survival. Then he thinks about Zareth's spear, about being hunted like an animal, about everyone he's lost, and everything he's endured. He steps into the lightning. The first bolt that hits him is agony beyond description. Electricity courses through his body, setting every nerve on fire, stopping his heart for 3 full seconds before dragon regeneration restarts it. The second bolt hits before he's recovered from the first, then the third, the fourth. The lightning comes in waves, relentless, and Kaito's screaming, but he doesn't leave the field. Don't fight it, Ignarok instructs. Let the electricity flow. Become the conductor, not the resistor. Storm form isn't about enduring lightning, it's about becoming it. Kaito stops resisting, stops trying to block or deflect. He opens himself to the electricity, lets it flow through his body like water through a riverbed, and something fundamental shifts. The 6th presence awakens. Blue lightning begins arcing across Kaito's skin, not burning him, but merging with him. His movements accelerate, not consciously, but involuntarily, his body learning to move at electrical speed. When the next bolt strikes, he doesn't just survive it. He absorbs it, converts it to power, redirects it through his limbs. Storm form. The aspect of courage, granting speed that makes ember form look sluggish by comparison. Kaito moves through the lightning field, and it parts around him, recognizing kindred. When he finally steps out, his eyes crackle with blue energy. 6 down, Seraphine says with approval. 6 to go. Let's not waste time. The next 2 trials happen in rapid succession. For shadow form, Seraphine blindfolds him and attacks without warning for 12 straight hours. Every sound, every air current, every subtle shift in pressure becomes a potential threat. Kaito learns to move without sight, to trust senses he didn't know he had, to understand that true wisdom means knowing when to strike and when to melt into darkness. The seventh presence awakens in shadows. Obsidian black scales that don't reflect light, a form designed for stealth and assassination. For crystal form, Seraphine forces him to watch recordings of his life, every humiliation, every moment of weakness, every time he ran or cowered or let Drake win. It's brutal psychological warfare, confronting him with the truth of who he was. "This is how others saw you," she says, as a younger Kaito gets knocked down in a training exercise. "Pathetic, weak, worthless." "I know," Kaito says through gritted teeth. "Do you? Because you're still carrying that boy inside you, still ashamed of him." Crystal form requires you to see yourself clearly, past, present, and future, without flinching. To accept that the weak boy and the dragon warrior are both you. The eighth presence awakens reluctantly. Crystalline scales that shimmer and reflect, showing Kaito his own reflection in every surface. A form that forces honesty. 3 forms in 2 days. Kaito should feel triumphant, but instead he just feels hollow. Each trial strips away another layer of who he thought he was, revealing something. Underneath he's not sure he recognizes. "How much more?" he asks Seraphine as they make camp that night. 4 forms, then Apex. Then you're either ready to face Zareth or you're dead. She tends a small fire. The next 3 are the hardest: Titan, Void, and Celestial. They require confronting your capacity for destruction, your fear of emptiness, and your ability to maintain hope. Most dragon-touched fail at this stage. What happens if I fail? Titan form breaks you into a mindless berserker. Void form leaves you hollow, unable to feel anything. Celestial form requires hope you might not have. She looks at him across. The fire. But if you succeed, you'll have 11 forms. You'll be more powerful than any human has a right to be, and you might survive what comes next. That night, Kaito dreams of Drake, of the tournament, of Mei backing away in fear, of his parents, disappointed in what he's become. He wakes knowing the trials ahead will be worse than anything he's experienced. The trial of Titan happens on the 4th day. Seraphine leads him to a dead forest, trees turned to stone, ground, cracked and barren. This place was destroyed in the Dragon Wars. A Titan-class dragon lost control and obliterated everything for miles. Total destruction. And I'm supposed to accept that you could do the same, that the power in your chest could level cities if you wanted. That restraint is all that separates you from becoming a monster. She hands him a mana crystal. Destroy this valley. Completely. Hold nothing back. Embrace your capacity for devastation. Kaito stares at the crystal, feeling the 9 forms coiled in his chest. He's been holding back since the tournament, afraid of revealing too much, afraid of losing control. Let go, Seraphine says. Show me what you really are. Kaito crushes the crystal. Power floods his system. All 9 forms activating simultaneously. No restraint, no control. His body transforms into something that's more dragon than human. Scales overlapping scales, multiple wings, claws that glow with condensed power. He roars, and the sound shatters stone. Then he destroys. Fire consumes. The dead forest. Lightning reduces boulders to dust. His physical strength tears the ground itself apart. For 10 minutes, Kaito becomes a force of nature, and the valley ceases to exist in any meaningful way. When the rampage ends, when the 9th presence awakens, as Titan form, Kaito stands in a crater of his own making and understands he could do this to anything, anyone. The power to destroy is absolute, and that terrifies him more than Zareth ever did. The trial of Void comes next, and it's somehow worse. Seraphine takes him to a place where reality failed, a hole in space where the Dragon Wars tore through dimensions. Standing at the edge, Kaito can see Nothing. Not darkness. Not emptiness. Just void, the absence of existence. Jump in, Seraphine says. What? The trial requires you to experience nothing, to let go of identity, purpose, connection, to make peace with the possibility that none of this matters. She looks at the void with old fear. I almost failed this one. The void shows you the truth, that the universe is vast and indifferent, that your struggles are meaningless in the cosmic scale. You have to accept that and still choose to matter. Kaito looks into the void, and it looks back with perfect apathy. He jumps. The void is worse than pain. It's the absence of sensation, of thought, of self. Kaito floats in nothing, feeling himself dissolve. Every memory, every goal, every reason he fought, all of it becomes irrelevant against the infinite emptiness. For a moment, an eternity, he considers just letting go, dispersing into the void, finally resting. But then he remembers May. Not some grand purpose or world-saving mission. Just May, who smuggled him extra food when he was hungry, who healed his wounds without asking questions, who looked at him like he mattered. If the universe is meaningless, Kaito will create meaning. He'll decide what matters. The 10th presence awakens, void form, the ability to manipulate space itself, to step between distances, to make geometry irrelevant. Kaito pulls himself out of the void through sheer will and collapses on solid ground, gasping. 10, Seraphine says, and there's relief in her voice. One more. The trial of Celestial is the simplest and the hardest. Seraphine brings him to a village, or what's left of one. Destroyed recently, probably by monsters. Bodies in the streets, buildings burned. The kind of tragedy that happens daily in the uncharted territories. Find hope here, she says. In this death, this loss, this proof that the world is cruel and uncaring, find a reason to keep fighting. That's the trial. Kaito walks through the ruins, seeing families torn apart, children who didn't survive, dreams ended violently. It's familiar. His own parents died like this, in a dungeon that went wrong. He could become cynical, could decide that with all his power, it doesn't matter because people will keep dying anyway. That's the easy path. Or he could decide that this is exactly why he needs power. Not for revenge, not for pride, but to be strong enough that places like this have a protector, to be the guardian that couldn't save his parents, but could save someone else's. The 11th presence awakens without drama. Celestial form, radiant scales that glow with divine light, representing hope that chooses to exist despite evidence against it. Seraphine nods. 11 forms. You're ready for the final choice. They make camp that night, and Kaito can feel all 11 forms in his chest like a constellation. Each one distinct, each one powerful. Together they make him something unprecedented. Apex waits, Ignarok says, his voice distant now, almost sad. When you unlock it, we merge completely. The trial is simple. Do you let me consume you, or do we find another way? What happens if you consume me? I live again, fully. 10,000 years of imprisonment end. But Kaito Hayashi ceases to exist as a separate entity. You become me, completely. And, the other way? We become partners, neither dominant. A true fusion where both consciousnesses coexist. Ignarok pauses. It's harder. It requires trust. I'm not sure we've built. But it's possible. Seraphine proved that. Kaito looks at the woman across the fire. Is it worth it? Keeping yourself? Every day, she says. The dragon I merged with wanted domination. I chose partnership. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, and I don't regret it. She meets his eyes. But you need to decide what you want, Kaito. Power with oblivion, or partnership with struggle. Before he can answer, Seraphine goes rigid, her head snapping, toward the forest. He's here. Zareth emerges from the darkness like a nightmare given form. His spear glows with lethal intent, and his ancient eyes sweep across the camp with satisfaction. Seraphine, still alive after all these years. He sounds almost pleased. And you've been training my prey. How considerate. Zareth. Seraphine stands, her own power flaring. This doesn't have to end in death. It ended in death 10,000 years ago. This is just cleanup. His eyes lock onto Kaito. 11 forms. Impressive. But not enough. Let's see if you've learned anything. He attacks without warning. The battle is chaos. Seraphine engages Zareth directly. Two beings with incomprehensible power clashing while Kaito tries to contribute without getting killed. He cycles through forms. Storm for speed, shadow for evasion, titan for strength when opportunities present. But Zareth is handling both of them. His spear finds gaps in Seraphine's defense. His experience counters every technique Kaito attempts. This isn't a fair fight. It's a demonstration of the gap between them. Seraphine falls first, the Dragon Slayer's requiem piercing her shoulder in the same spot it caught Riken. She collapses, conscious, but unable to continue. Zareth turns his full attention to Kaito. Just you and me now, boy. Show me what 11 forms can do. Kaito gives him everything. He combines forms, Storm's speed with Fang's lethality, Wing's mobility with Breath's range. He warps space with Void form to appear behind Zareth, creates mirrors with Crystal form to confuse his targeting, becomes an unbreakable fortress with Scales form. It's not enough. Zareth adapts to every trick, counters every combination. His spear finds Kaito again and again, each wound leaking crimson energy, each curse burning through dragon regeneration. You're improving, Zareth admits, driving his spear toward Kaito's heart. But improvement isn't mastery. You're still just a child with powerful toys. The spear pierces Kaito's chest. Not perfectly. He managed to activate Scales form at the last instant, deflecting it slightly, but deep enough. The anti-dragon curse floods his system, burning, destroying, killing him from the inside. Kaito falls to his knees, the spear still lodged in his chest. Blood, crimson dragon essence, leaks from the wound. His vision blurs. This is it, Ignarok says urgently. You're dying. But Apex can save you. Let me take control. Let me consume you. I'll defeat Zareth, and at least my power will continue. No, Kaito gasps. Then we both die here. Is your identity worth that? Kaito looks up at Zareth, who's standing over him with that satisfied expression. The Huntmaster has won. Again. Just like he won 10,000 years ago. And Kaito realizes Ignarok is wrong. The 12th form isn't about choosing consumption or partnership. It's about understanding that Kaito and Ignarok were never separate to begin with. We're not two beings sharing a body, Kaito says aloud, addressing both Ignarok and Zareth. We never were. He pulls the spear from his chest. The wound should be fatal. The curse should kill him. Instead, something fundamental shifts. I'm not Kaito Hayashi with dragon power. I'm not Ignarok wearing human skin. He stands, and all 11 forms activate simultaneously, not switching, not combining, but existing together. I'm both. I was always both, from the moment I consumed your heart. The 12th presence doesn't awaken. It was always there, waiting for Kaito to understand. Apex form. The transformation is absolute. Kaito's body restructures itself at the molecular level. Scales spread across his skin, not one type, but all of them, overlapping in perfect harmony. Ruby-red ember, obsidian black scales, crimson fang, all of them merging into something new. 12 wings unfold from his back, each one representing a different aspect. His eyes hold both human compassion and dragon fury, neither dominant. This is true apex. Not the dragon consuming the human, but both becoming one entity that's greater than either. Zareth's eyes widen. Impossible. Apex form requires the dragon to consume the human. That's how it's always worked. For others, maybe. Kaito's voice is his own, and Ignarok's, and something entirely new. But I found another way. We found another way. He pulls the Dragon Slayer's requiem from his chest completely. The wound closes instantly. In apex form, even anti-dragon weapons can't kill him because he's simultaneously too human and too dragon for the curse to target. Let me show you what true apex looks like. The fight that follows isn't even close. Kaito moves with storm form speed, strikes with titan form strength, evades with shadow form stealth, warps space with void form, and burns with celestial form's divine fire. All simultaneously, all perfectly coordinated. Zareth's spear, the weapon that killed Ignarok 10,000 years ago, can't touch him. Every thrust, Kaito predicts and counters. Every attack, he adapts and overcomes. For the first time in 10 millennia, the Huntmaster looks afraid. "You're not supposed to be possible," Zareth breathes, blocking a strike that cracks his ancient armor. True apex, partnership, it doesn't work. It can't work. And yet here I am. Kaito catches the Dragon Slayer's requiem mid-thrust, his hands wreathed in 12 different types of dragon fire. Did you ever ask yourself why you killed Ignarok? Really ask? To save humanity? From protection? From a guardian who kept demons at bay for eons? Kaito's eyes, both human and dragon, see through Zareth's justifications. You made a deal with demons, traded Ignarok's life for 10,000 years of peace, but that time's almost up. In his memories, Ignarok's memories, now truly his, Kaito sees the truth. The demons didn't threaten humanity. They threatened human independence. As long as dragons protected them, humans were safe but subordinate. Zareth chose freedom over safety, chose sovereignty over guardianship. It wasn't about betrayal, Kaito says, understanding finally. You thought humans needed to stand alone, to grow strong without dragon protection. And we did. Zareth's voice is quiet. But now the demons return, and we have no guardians left. You're wrong. Kaito releases the spear, steps back, and deactivates apex form. The 12 aspects retract, leaving him human again. You have me. And I'm not your enemy. Zareth stares at this impossible boy who just offered mercy to the man hunting him. Why? Because the dragons and humans fighting each other is exactly what the demons want. Because I'm proof that both can coexist. Kaito extends his hand. Help me fight them properly this time. No more lies. No more betrayals. For a long moment, Zareth just looks at the offered hand. 10,000 years of hunting, of guilt, of believing he made the right choice. Then he laughs, not cruelly, but with something that might be relief. Perhaps I chose wrong, he says, and there's a weight lifting from his voice. Perhaps there was always another way. He doesn't take Kaito's hand. That would be too much. Too fast, but he lowers his spear. The demons will come in weeks, maybe days. Their scouts are already here, testing defenses. If you can truly maintain apex, if you're really what you claim to be, then humanity has a dragon knight, Kaito finishes. Not a guardian who keeps them weak. Not a master who demands obedience. Just someone who'll stand with them when the darkness comes. Zareth's ancient eyes hold something that might be hope. That might actually work. The aftermath happens quickly. Seraphine recovers, her wounds serious but survivable. She looks at Kaito in apex form and shakes her head in wonder. True fusion. I managed partnership, but you've achieved something beyond that. Both aspects coexisting without conflict. How does it feel? She asks. Like being more myself than I've ever been. Kaito activates Ember form, just that one aspect, and it responds instantly. No strain. I'm not fighting Ignarok anymore. We're working together. Because we're the same, Ignarok's voice confirms, but it's not separate anymore. It's part of Kaito's thoughts, distinguishable but integrated. We always were. You just needed to accept it. Zareth contacts the Continental Hunters Guild. The message is simple. The dragon-touched fugitive is not a threat. He's an asset. Rescind the bounty and prepare for demon incursion. Grandmaster Alara responds with skepticism, but Zareth's word carries weight. The guild agrees to a probationary status. Kaito is no longer hunted, but he's monitored. Closely. News spreads across the continent. The F-rank student who became something unprecedented. The dragon knight who achieved true apex. The proof that humans and dragons can be partners. 2 weeks later, Kaito returns to Ethermore Academy. Not as a fugitive, but officially. The guild has pardoned him, recognized him as the first dragon knight, a new rank outside the normal system. He's neither student nor instructor, but something else entirely. May meets him at the gates, and when she sees him, fully human, no visible transformation, she bursts into tears and hugs him hard enough to hurt. You absolute idiot, she says into his shoulder. You scared me half to death. I know, I'm sorry. You're going to tell me everything, every detail. And then, you're going to let me run medical tests because I need to understand how you survived. Deal. They walk through the academy together, and students stare. Some with fear, some with awe, some with the kind of hope that only comes from seeing someone weak become strong. Drake is there too, recovered from his tournament injuries. He sees Kaito and goes pale, clearly expecting violence. But Kaito just nods, a simple acknowledgement, and keeps walking. Revenge doesn't interest him anymore. He's beyond that now. That night, Kaito stands on the academy's tallest tower, looking at the sky where cracks are beginning to form. The demon's return is imminent, spatial rifts opening, the 10,000-year peace ending. But this time, humanity has something it didn't have before. Kaito activates apex form, and 12 wings unfold into the night sky. His scales shimmer with every aspect, offense and defense, speed and stealth, wisdom and hope, destruction and creation. He is the synthesis of human determination and dragon power. He is proof that strength and compassion can coexist. He is the Dragon Knight. Ready? Ignarok asks, not separate, but part of Kaito's own thoughts. We both are, Kaito responds, and it's true. Whatever comes next, demons, wars, challenges he can't imagine, they'll face it together. Because Kaito learned the most important lesson. Power isn't about dominance or survival. It's about choice. He chose to consume the heart instead of accept. Weakness. He chose to fight instead of hide. He chose partnership instead of consumption. And now he chooses to stand when darkness comes. From the academy below, other students watch the figure on the tower, dragon wings catching moonlight, scales glowing with 12 different colors. They don't see a monster or a freak. They see hope. They see proof that the weak can become strong. They see a future where humans and dragons together might actually survive what's coming. Kaito smiles, just slightly, and leaps from the tower. His wings catch the air, and he soars into the night sky, toward the cracks forming in reality, toward the demons that think humanity is helpless. They're about to learn otherwise, Epilogue. Text appears on the screen. Kaito's journey as the Dragon Knight has only just begun. The war against the demons, the discovery of others like him, the search for balance between two natures. His story continues, from bullied F-rank boy who polished boots and endured daily humiliation, to the most powerful SSS-Rank Dragon Knight in history. Because sometimes, the weakest shell contains the strongest soul. Because sometimes, the best way to survive is to become something impossible. Because sometimes, being weak is just the beginning of being unstoppable. The end. For now.